is the expert on nurse migration in India. So I feel safe because she's there, or lots of literature around. So I don't want to give you any wrong information. Okay, let's start from health nurses and health worker migration from India. It's not just nurses; doctors migrated as well. Do you remember yesterday we talked about globalization? Globalization, how that stimulated free flow of people and trades and economy and services. Just like India, all these Irish nurses were leaving Ireland. They were going to the US or to UK or to Australia. You see the shift in. You talked about changing population demography, but changing direction and flow as well. Ireland has become destination country, desired destination country now. There's no doubt India will become a desired destination country in future. Let's see. Let's see. You think that will happen? You think it will happen? I mean, we have Ireland. We can see that with Irish nurses.
But the population there is
very limited.
Very well supplied indigenous nurses.
Sorry, small population because everybody left. Yeah.
They have very limited population in these countries, the destination countries. But India has the potential to supply its own nurses, like indigenous nurses. Does it like? I guess.
Yeah, I can see your point. India is a big country, more land mass, more opportunities, business opportunities, and Ireland is a little country, small population. Yeah, maybe, who knows?
Only if they.
And also India.
More population, there is a diverse population as well.
A diverse population as well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Medical tourism will attract people.
Medical poverty also,
Yeah. Yeah, medical poverty is like maybe South Asian kind of situation. Yeah. Yeah, that is increasing as well. It's a kind of South Asian thing. Maybe not just African as well. African countries. You wouldn't believe it. Some people now dying of malaria, for example. It's just unacceptable. I mean, we there just watch and about Indian nurses migration flow diverting to the US, and it raises like issue of class, gender. Okay. And transnational migration. This is a really interesting, very important book for sociologists. If you're interested in sociology of migration, it's a good book to read. And then there is a gender issues as well. What happens in this book is women migrate. Yeah, South Indian nurses go to the US, and they go first, and then they bring their families, like husband and children and other dependent family member. Has anybody read this book? Not yet. Okay. And the husband's situation, role reverses in India, not just in India, South Asia, and also globally. But because this book is about India, I'll stick to India. Role reverses. Husband supposed to be the breadwinner, yeah, for the family, looking after. And there he becomes dependent husband. In the US, like wife becomes the leader of migration. She earns more money, and she has better potential to employment, better salary, and better social network from work. Husband, as a dependent husband, goes there and with living respectable government job in India, for example, some were engineer, some technician, married to a nurse, and nurse goes and they follow because they can't take their job, and there they become jobless, and they start working in a church, for example, to re access their identity, like male identity. They have to do something. They can't just stay around home becoming dependent husband. So the talks about gender is really interesting. If those who are interested in gender studies or migration studies, Sociology of Migration is a good book to read. And I talked about Indian nurses going to the UK after 1940s, yeah, because UK was recruiting nurses and doctors from former colonies. But Indian were seen like first preferred choice for them than African and others, and Caribbean. And Irish came that time as well. Large number of Irish health workers moved to the UK. When they changed their visa policies in 1960s, and Indian nurses stopped getting so many jobs because there was trouble in the country, basically economic trouble, not war, but and then Indian nurses started moving to the US. And the book about that, there's no really good book on the first wave of Indian nurses moving to the UK. Lots of literature available, but not just one neat book. Now Indian nurses working everywhere, and you name it, so many countries. The things change, and this is about the nursing students' preferred destination countries. I mentioned Ireland comes after that is Singapore, and after that comes UK, and after that comes USA. Maybe my understanding is the stepwise migration. They're more practical people. They don't just want to have a big dream, but maybe small step at a time makes sense for them. And also, the nursing colleges run by the government and nursing colleges run in private sector, they have slightly different answers. That I found interesting. But overall, in this study, was carried out in 2016, it suggests that these nurses were trained in government nursing schools, they would prefer to stay in India. Like the first choice would be to stay in India if they get a good job. So it shows like it's Indian government's failure to kind of retain them. Yeah, health system failed to retain them. They want to stay, but if they don't get job, then they will have to go. I thought that was quite interesting. And students like quote what they said in this research. I let you read. And if anybody has any comment, you probably can't see. Sorry? I'd like to hear your views on that. That's nursing students' view.
And so the social status thing is true.
Okay.
In India, it's actually like that. It's always seen like doctors are superior.
Yeah.
Nurses are
Yeah.
inferior position.
Yeah. That is true. That you feel that is like a socially recognized kind of situation, discourse, yeah?
Sexual exploitation is also there.
Yeah.
Nurses being, there is economic status of nurses in the Western countries like UK, US is more stable as compared to that.
Yeah.
In general as well, not only nurses, any kind of work is more respected in the developed so-called.
it goes back to like women's right and then the labor right issues. Yeah. Yeah.
There is stigma also with the profession of nurses. Like in India, whenever you call nurse, it's like it's always a female. Male nurses are very stigmatized. Yeah, and doctors are moreover they're like
The term nurse is
Yeah.
not used for males.
Yeah, same, not same, but in the UK, for example, if we look at the history of nursing, the hierarchy. Some nurses are just like what you described, like treated like that, coming from low socioeconomic background, they're treated like servant. And some nurses from coming from higher social standing, for example, like Florence Nightingale, they're seen like a like absolutely holy women, for example. Yeah, they're angel and they're savior, and they are very they are role model, social role model. In Western society, they have hierarchy. They have so many different images, and also these images are changing as well. Okay, yeah. And this doctor's assistant is also like kind of image existed in the UK. And this is to show the growth of nursing education institutions in India because of workforce shortage in the West. Otherwise, why would you produce nurses? Because they will have opportunity to go there. Look, 2000, only 24, 25 years ago, there were 285 diploma level nursing programs and only 30 BSc nursing programs in India, in whole country. Now 3,185 diploma level and 19 out of almost 2,000. That was in 2020. I'm sure it has grown now, it's got bigger. The growth is enormous. Production is increasing. It's like mass production, like what Chinese produce goods, like for example, a mobile phone or other items, and India producing more nurses for India and the Philippines and Nepal as well, not just India, but we produce health workers to supply. Does it make sense? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it's very controversial, but this is what's happening. Mm. And I talk about Nepal. I already mentioned about we don't have a long history, rich history like Indian history, but we have nurse migration started in 2000, and until then women's mobility was taboo. For example, women were not allowed to go outside their house, like labeled badly basically. Even going to nursing school was not easy. Mentioned about international migration began only in around 2000, is growing rapidly now.
But in Nepal, hospitals like Aka Hospital and Chaparia and Devijoti, they are more female nurses are working there and they are getting very much.
Some jobs are for a few male nurses, not many male nurses. I'll come to that gender perspective as well. In Nepal, nursing was only female only profession until 1990, 1986, I think. And there was a short period and male nurses were allowed. And then there was trouble, political trouble, and they closed the male nurses quota because these men are here to make trouble. So they couldn't control, the authority couldn't control not male nurses but the situation, and the easiest way to deal with that was to not allow men to nursing. Basically, men were labeled as troublemakers. Anyway, so and then they stopped for several years and now restarted, and we have male nurses. I think they take about 10-20% of nursing seats are available for male nurses. That was quote from my research. We heard that a few days ago. Why not? Sorry, I'm blocking. Can you see? It has become a culture. Nursing, it's migration culture. Everybody's going. If we all in this room want to do something, so I don't want to be left behind, a failure or unsuccessful. If going abroad is perceived as success in career success and social success in social level, I also want to go. Kind of like it's a wind and it's noise and it's culture, new culture. That's why Nepali nurses are migrating. I think production has increased, like in India and the Philippines and all these different countries. That's a repeat. For care workers, that's another aspect of migration, nurse migration or care worker migration. They have a serious crisis of care worker in Israel. Do you know an Indian going to Israel as a care worker? Yeah, it's a growing area. They don't need nursing qualification, but they get sort of training and just basic orientation, and they go to Israel and become a care worker for several years and provide care work and come back. That side of migration is growing, and Canada, Australia, and the UK. And these countries started accepting care workers as well. And Japan, for example, Japan wasn't accepting any migrant until 2008 in this sector, care work or nursing sector, and they started recruiting foreigners now. And all this migration of nurses, care workers raises issues such as care drain. Heard about brain drain other day? We talk so much about it. The feminists will argue that nurse migration is a care drain. Yeah, care is going like we left with no care, for example. And human right argument will be it's our right to get a better job, better working condition, better salary and respect, and better career opportunity, professional development opportunities. These are various arguments. There is a global shortage of nurses and healthcare workers. Healthcare workers includes doctors, nurses, pharmacists, physiotherapists, and community health workers, lab workers, dentists, and there's so many different categories of healthcare workers. They all include, and there is a huge shortage of healthcare workers globally. This is due to, everybody knows that. I'm just refreshing your brain ideas. This is due to declining birth rate. Many countries have producing less babies now, children, than they did. Aging population. Aging population will require more care. For example, my parents are left behind in the village in Nepal. They need care. Like my grandparents, they live longer, but people didn't live that long before. For example, when I was growing up in Nepal, our average life expectancy was 44 years. And people in 44 years, they don't need care. They're quite fit and well, and they would go. But that was mainly contributed by high infant mortality. But again, life expectancy was low. Now, Nepali people live 80, 90. And these people, after 70 or 75 or 80, they need a little bit help. And some people live with comorbid conditions. For example, I'm sure you heard of diabetes, or sugar. They call it sugar in Nepal. Sugar disease, and also hypertension, high BP, is growing globally, not just in Nepal or India. It's a global, huge problem globally. And because with these conditions, people live longer, but they need more care. And they have to have annual follow-up, checkups, and all illness, and manage all those conditions, illness conditions, and they need more care. But when they need more care, there's no care provider available. In low-income countries, because of migration. In rich countries, there are no young people there. For example, in Japan, they call it super aging society, and older people above 60 are more than below 20. And who is going to look after these? And these are care crises. They call it global labor shortage, not just in industries, manufacturing industries or engineering, agriculture, but in care work sector as well. There is a crisis. Not many people working there. Because of people living longer, they need more care, and also declining birth rate and raising public expectation. We want everything now. We can't wait. And we want to go to health system for health service. We want the best health care you can afford, you can find there in the world. So our expectation is increasing as well everywhere globally. So because of this, we have growing care crisis. In rich countries, affluent countries, nursing is not seen a very interesting or very good profession anymore. I teach nurses in Scotland. Recruitment is a major issue. Like we can teach 200 students in a year in our campus, but we never fill the vacancy because they get a scholarship to study that. They still don't come because they know it's not an easy job. It's really tough. Recruitment is a major issue because nursing is not an attractive profession anymore. Those who come, and they have so many problems, multiple challenges they face at home, and some are mature students. They have families, children, elderly parents. They can't complete the course. They drop out. In the Western countries, in the UK, for example, students dropout rate is almost 25%. Like, can you imagine? Like, we have 200 students quota. They're not filled normally. And even those come, they don't finish. Like 25% drop out. And from that, like 75 will graduate eventually. And not all graduate with nursing. I'm talking about nursing, just nursing. Just nursing, other courses. So some courses are very popular. Nursing is not popular. And those who complete course, graduate, they don't join nursing because they see it's so hard. They have to work at night, and salaries it looks better from here because it's a British pound, but that pound will have to stretch quite far and buy food and also transportation cost and family maintenance cost and also accommodation, everything, it will stretch, and they don't see much benefit if they do like a kind of job in supermarket, for example, or in other sector. It's better. So not all will complete the course, and not all those who complete the course will join the workforce. This is how the crisis is created. Like, it's not attractive profession anymore. But nursing is attractive in some countries. It's not all that kind of sad or it's all negative, but some countries nursing is still attractive. For example, in India and Nepal is attractive, and the Philippines is really attractive, and also in these countries for migration opportunities. But in other countries, like I was talking to a colleague from Chile, Latin America, nursing is very attractive because it's well respected, well paid job, and men are there. Men in nursing is quite common there, and male nurses are there, female nurses, the gender diversity is like it's balanced, and it's respected in society, respected by the government, and there's better political commitment to support nursing workforce. There's some good examples as well. So migration direction changes, and it's sensitive to economy, as we said. When there is economy, when the country's economy is growing well, and they will go there. For example, 30-40 years ago, Gulf migration probably didn't exist. Now they're going there. Ireland is a really good example. 30-40 years ago, Irish nurses were leaving country. Now Ireland is recruiting foreign nurses. Filipino nurses and Indian nurses are working in Ireland. So it changes. But same time, south to south migration is increasing as well. We heard that like global north, global south. How many, you're familiar with the term global north and south? Yeah? Do you want to explain? Like anybody wants to learn more about global north, global south? And core periphery debate we heard, that's kind of similar.
They are more or less
Similar, but some people don't agree with that north-south debate, because Australia is in the south, but it's a rich country, and and the country is changing, not just demography, but the economy is changing as well. So you have to be very careful. I used that term once, global south, and somebody attacked me. What do you mean by global south? Not all global south countries are homogeneous anyway. They're changing, and we have to be specific apparently. Anyway, something. Yeah, south migration. I still say south. You mean, yeah, in that sense, south migration is common. Migration within Asia is growing, apparently. For example, so many people, Filipinos go to Singapore to work as a nurse. As Singapore is really emerging destination country before they go to US or the UK, because it's geographical proximity, like it's close to the Philippines, and language, culture, environment, and easy to get back home when they need in emergency or urgency. And so south to south migration is increasing. I have a book on south to south migration, but I think it's in my bag, so I wanted to show you that. Nurse migration in Asia, within Asia, how it's increasing. Now it will increase because Japanese started recruiting nurses from other countries as well. Within the region. Before it was like going further away from Asia to Europe and North America. It's not the same anymore. In next 10 years, 20 years time, we'll have different picture, migration picture. And nurse migration has been seen as women migration or gendered migration, feminization of migration. Okay, everybody's happy so far. But I'll get some water, I think. Sorry. Shall we kind of pause, or if you have any questions, and for a few minutes?
Can you explain feminization of migration?
Sorry?
Can you explain feminization of migration?
Feminization of migration. It's like what they say is in the past, if we look at the history, migration history, during colonial time as well, women didn't migrate. They went as dependent wife and family member. But when the economy started changing, particularly in Asian economy in 1970s, more women started, Asian women started going around, moving around. Filipino is really a good example. When the flow of women migrating abroad increased, and that word is called feminization in migration, female migration basically. But not just nurses or doctors, but more in terms of migration of domestic workers, working in housemaids in the Gulf state, for example, and European women working in the UK as maid, housemaid and cleaner and childminder, looking after somebody's child, and South American, Latin American women working in North America as maid. Like there is a wave of like there's a corridor, migration corridor. There's Latin American women moving to North America, rich countries, and South Asian women moving to the Gulf, for example, and Filipino moving to the Gulf to work in somebody's house as a domestic worker or child minder, like looking after somebody's child, and rich people, but in rich countries employing poor women from poor countries. It's women's migration basically to work in different sector. I got feminizes some books. You'll get to hear more about it. I got some books there. Yeah, and Filipino Indonesian woman working in Taiwan, rich, looking after children in rich households, for example, cooking food, cleaning, and domestic worker basically. In Hong Kong, Filipinos working in Hong Kong. That wave is like that kind of migration is called feminization of migration. And that leads with like links with care drain. Any other question?
Like this aspect that is prevalent in Indian society, that is gender sensitization of nursing, it is always related to female. So as you have studied a lot on this migration, nurse migration, so is it also found in the Western countries, gender sensitization of nurses, or it's only prevalent in Indian society?
Oh, gender issue is huge. Gender in men in nursing, for example, is a big issue. I was just reading the article, trying to understand, not understand. There is a big debate going around in the world now. Like some people say we need to attract more men in nursing because it's just feminized, and because it's female dominated profession, it's not respected. If we have more male nurses, nursing will get more respect. I don't know. You're welcome to share your opinion on that. If we have more men in nursing workforce, nursing will improve. The image will improve, and terms and conditions will improve. Globally, there are only 10% men in nursing. If you look at, there's like 28 million nursing care workforce globally. Only 10% men are in nursing in this workforce. 90% are women. Okay, one side of debate is we want more men in this sector. Other side of debate is just like published recently, the people arguing about it. We don't want men in nursing because we don't need more men in nursing. We got 10%, that's all right. When they come, they always occupy a higher position anyway, and we're left at the bottom of the ladder and frontline care. Men, if we have more men in nursing, they will occupy managerial position. They'll be in charge, and we'll be there. Like kind of, it's because we live in patriarchal society globally. We don't need more men in nursing. That's one side of debate, and the other side just getting really angry. Some men, nurse professors in the UK and globally, they were kind of arguing that we need to be working together, not divided, but we need to have the professional solidarity kind of thing. I personally feel we need more men in nursing, not because I don't have the fear that they will occupy higher position. They have occupied higher position. We can see that, but we need to work to get balance right. Not that like that position. We don't want that man in that position kind of thing. We just have to work and change our system. So nurses are in higher position. Women nurses are in higher position as well. That is my personal view. But what do you think? Should men join nursing? Come to nursing? Yes. Yes. No. Why?
Men should be equally responsible for the caregiving works.
Absolutely.
And men are not that emotionless as the people projects. So I think they have equal emotions and then they can have that emotions in the field of the works.
Compassion.
Yes.
Absolutely. The men who were responding to that comment in article just a few weeks ago said exactly that men also have emotion. We also have caring profession and compassion. Why should we be excluded? Because that was they were saying they should be in nursing and they should be in professional solidarity, not excluded from the profession.
No, it's not solely the compassion, right? When an individual is choosing a career path or everything, there are a lot of other factors affecting it.
Yeah.
So only compassion is not something.
No.
That could not be the basic reason.
No, because men are not kind enough like women. That was the argument. The one side of argument, male are they're not as kind as women and caring. Women are caring naturally, and men are a bit harder. Kind of that's what the public discourses are.
One more thing I would like to add.
Yeah.
It may be quite funny and controversial as well, but I have seen in hospitals patients eagerly waiting for female nurses.
Yeah.
For treatment.
Yeah.
So when I have written a book, then I have been put the penile level. In which she argued that the opportunities for women are very, very less. And if you say that whether men should have to join the nurse or not, men are willingly when they join the nursing this profession, then the opportunities for women reduce. Because like the feminist, she is a radical feminist, and she argued that that's why I am putting this that if a male willingly join the nursing profession, then the opportunities what women are for what feminists are fighting.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that argument. I've heard your point as well. That's not like that's common kind of.
And even I have seen like it can also be funny. Like the rate of recovery even increases if the patient is treated by a female.
That is related to the gendering of roles, right? Like different roles have been gendered. Like strong roles are for men.
Yeah.
Some kind of natural and biological thing I'm telling
Yeah.
about that. The rate of recovery
It's gender role. I read that in. It's just few days ago. Like men in Japan, nursing in Japan, for example, they were saying, "Oh, male are stronger to do certain jobs, so we need them, but for certain position." Yeah, that is like our stereotypical thinking.
And I think it's in nature. Like
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say.
Nature and nurture.
Socialized.
When someone LGBT people go to the hospital and like they all then what
You said that you reminded me something in the West.
Now their interest will be in focus. Like for suppose if a lesbian is there, then lesbian is more of attracted towards female than she or he, whatever term you can use.
Anyway,
Female.
can I
जो जिससे attract हो जा रहा है भाई.
can I say just one thing? In the West, men in nursing are all these. So only homosexual men come to nursing kind of image they have. That's completely stereotyping, like and also we have this cultural stereotyping, not just India or Nepal or South Asia, but globally. You and I go, you're a nurse, I'm a nurse, and all these people, these are patients, for example, they will immediately think you're a doctor, I'm a nurse. Yeah. Even I'm a doctor, you're a nurse, they will put other way around. My daughter is a doctor, and there was her friend recently talked Indian origin called Karina. She said these people come and they call me nurse. She wasn't a nurse, and then there was a male nurse, and he was doctor in Scotland. Okay, and we have these preconceived ideas. Men are not doctors and women are nurses, and these are stereotypical ideas. We need to challenge that and change.
That again is related to the
Yeah.
Doctor placed above, nurses placed below.
Yeah.
Related to female.
Exactly. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah, LGBTQ. I mean, that is a contest. It's been discussed quite a lot, and I was told, like, by my colleague. So we have to be very, very careful how we phrase things because of all changing gender dynamics and gender issues, and so many men in nursing have been accused of being homosexual, for example. It's just like putting some label and stereotyping that exists, but we don't have to we can do our research and we can have our own views on that. Yeah.
Linking today's session to yesterday's, when sir was talking about the IITians moving out, like IITians IT sector, people moving out. So similarly, nurses are moving out. So it is merely not about either profession or other things. It is the opportunity they are getting. Either it could be economic, it could be maybe standard of living, respect, status, as we
That's what that statement was.
Job and employment.
Yeah. And also everybody's moving out, and it's in the past the flow and pattern was different, and it's changing now. Educated people moving out. Nursing is, I said, nursing is just a vehicle to move out. And these women, in next 10 years, these nurses will become IIT expert, and there will be nursing shortage in India, for example. Who knows? They're not going to be there like all training to work, look after British American people. And if they have choice, these women have choice to either go to IIT or become a doctor or nurse. I'm sure they will choose IIT or IT or other profession, well-paid profession than nursing. So it's opportunity. Nursing is just a vehicle. This is how I see things. If they have choice, better choices, better opportunities, they will not become nurse. And also, if you look at nurses, like nurses of my generation, and where they channel their children, they don't send their children to nursing. Their children take different path, different career path, better paid, more respectable career path, for example. Wait and see what happens in 10 years' time in India, for example. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah. I can understand, but I can't speak, sorry.
मैंने आपके 2 आर्टिकल पढ़े कि इसी से रिलेटेड करता नर्स उसमें आपने एक टर्म यूज किया
diaspora network. Yeah. Diaspora network. Diaspora is like I moved to the UK. I live there, and I'm a diaspora. I make a community. My Nepali community in the UK is diaspora. Okay, yes, social support network. That is community network.
Like
South Asian community network. Is that okay? Any other question here? Yeah.
Because in India there are other courses which are not at the level of education. So my question is that.
Yeah, only diploma and BSc nursings are that's the entry level qualification they required for.
In India, on the plus 2 level there are nursing courses. So my question is, are those in demand globally or?
What is that?
But if she will not got that point, she will not get that. That's why
ANM are their qualification is not recognized. We have ANMs in Nepal as well. That their education standard is not. Even diploma is difficult. Yeah. Sorry, how much?
How much rupees? How much rupees?
Money.
Money, how much money?
What they are UK, Indian nurses.
They have basic salary, which is, I think, for nurses currently is about £30,000 a year. 1 year, £30,000, but they have to pay taxes and national insurance. That's the max pay, and so much is deducted from there.
Because it are 15 to 16 lakhs.
How much is 40,000? 30,000 in?
50% national insurance pay होगा.
They probably get like 20,000 or so. I last in 12 months.
Inflation is also
High, yeah, and you have to pay the rent and mortgage or car if they have car, and all these, like saving probably not much.
but £30,000 is amounts to be 34 lakhs here.
Okay.
Even if they pay 50% taxes,
Uh.
then it is higher than a.
And you pay here. And also
Inflation to
इन्फ्लेशन यहाँ का और वहाँ का पर पर्सन पर कैपिटा इनकम है उसमें बहुत फर्क है.
but you have to
Numbers are very good. I'm not taking
yeah, number is good. I would be totally happy if I get that in my pocket. I would,
जो चीज तुम्हें यहाँ 5 रुपए मिल रही है वहाँ 5 में नहीं मिलेगी.
yeah. That, I mean, it doesn't. Forget that side of things. Just look at the total amount. Okay, right? Yeah. Let's move on to. I'm continuing. Is that okay for a second session as well? Are you happy? Okay. Okay. Let's have a tea, and you can discuss it when we have tea. Anyway, we don't have to stop talking.
It's quite interesting part. This is more of interesting.
Is it? Which one do you want to see? You can take a. There's some repetition. I realize.
Ma'am, I'll help myself.
Yeah. If you go up, it will go down. If you go down, it will go up. If you want the beginning slides, you press down. Okay. I think I can probably. Okay. Yeah, I can find my last slide next. I wanted for one more. I think we were. If we go to slide 8, I think we've done that. We need to know slide 9. I think. Yeah. Let's. Yeah, we done that as well. Yeah, I think we've not done this bit. Yeah, we done. Okay. Shall we start then? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anything, any point you would like to clarify from this slide? That was our last slide. We stopped here. All happy? Concepts clear? Okay, good, good. I really wanted you to see see the context. What is international job market is like in destination country. Now we have good understanding of nursing, education, migration culture in South Asia, for example, with Nepal and India as an example. Now we move on to destination countries. What is the labor market is like in destination countries? I wanted you to see this. This is very short, only 4 minutes long clip. There are lots of like information, but just let's watch this. 4 minutes.
Italy to welcome 10,000 Indian nurses in 2025 to help address its shortage of 65,000 nurses. Italy to welcome 10,000 Indian nurses in 2025 to help address its shortage of 65,000
of Western job market for nurses.
Sir, in
Italy to welcome 10 Italy to welcome 10,000 nurses in 2025 to help address its shortage of 65,000 nurses. Currently, most foreign nurses in Italy are from Romania, Poland, Albania, and Peru. To support this, Italy may open language centers in India to help nurses meet requirements.
It's gone for the. We'll have to start.
Apply today. Italy.
Yeah, start here. Okay, can you see all here at least?
This is why. Italy to welcome 10,000 Indian nurses in 2025 to help address its shortage of 65,000 nurses. Currently, most foreign nurses in Italy are from Romania, Poland, Albania, and Peru. To support this, Italy may open language centers in India to help nurses meet requirements. Are you a nurse? Apply today. Italy to welcome 10,000 Indian nurses in 2025 to help address its shortage of 65,000 nurses. Currently, most foreign nurses in Italy are from Romania, Poland, Albania, and Peru. To support this, Italy may open language centers in India to help nurses meet requirements. Are you a nurse? Apply today. Italy to welcome 10,000.
It repeats. Yeah. Go back to our slide. Yeah. Okay. You see how powerful that advert is, and Italy needs more nurses. 10,000 nurses from India, and they are even like thinking about setting up a language center in India, for example. They're reaching out. The traditional source country were European countries, not enough. European countries not supplying enough nurses to Italy, and they need more nurses. And they also have aging population and shrinking birth rate, and birth rate is declining, and the number of nurses needed for the country is increasing. That's just one example. In this YouTube site, and there a very similar advert for Ireland, so attractive. There's long interview, long advert for Ireland, how many nurses are needed for Ireland, and how to get there, and what is work like, and they talk about work-life balance, like what we heard about labor law yesterday. It's important terminology for us. Like, it's not just work, but we need to have a work-life balance as well. You'll hear that again and again. And the more on Australia, It's so attractive, more like attractive than Ireland and Italy. How many nurses are needed and what are the criteria to get into nursing there. And Switzerland sounds fantastic, honestly. If I were a young nurse, I would probably wanting to go there. Like, it's so attractive. And salary, they talk about salary, terms and conditions, and how to become a nurse in Switzerland, what qualifications are needed, and where they're planning to recruit from. You heard about USA so many times. They're still recruiting. Trump is putting migrants back, like in a plane, and sending them back, but they are still recruiting nurses. I don't know how they get the balance right. So I don't fully understand that. UK few years ago, UK declared that they needed 50,000 more nurses, and they had an agreement with Nepal government to recruit, I don't know how many, maybe 10,000, but they said, okay, we'll recruit 100 nurses to test in the pilot phase and see if that works. And they started recruiting Nepali nurses, like 100, while 1,000 nurses go to the UK from other channel anyway. The government to government negotiation, they recruit one. So far, they have recruited 41 nurses, for example, and adverts are very attractive, really attractive. They will just tell you so many things. Canada is very popular destination as well, desperately need more nurses, purely because of aging population, declining birth rate. Yeah, and they also have to keep their economy active. You need younger people. They won't take like retired Indian or a retired South Asian to Canada, but they will take younger people because that is what they're lacking there. And all countries, for example, the Netherlands was a couple of years ago. The Netherlands, ambassador, Dutch ambassador went to South India and made some agreement with chief minister there to recruit 40,000 South Indian nurses over a period of time in Netherlands, for example. And Austria, Germany needs more nurses. You can see, if you visit this website, you'll find like so many adverts, absolutely very attractive, and wanting you all wanting to become a nurse. I think if you just read it through, so and the money they get, just talk about the sum of money, it's very attractive.
In South India, is it for nurses only, nurse purpose?
Yeah, nurses only. And I just want to talk about some fact. So what's happening at global level? We kind of have good understanding in South Asian context, and some rich country context, but at global level, they said the 28 million almost people are in nursing and care work sector. Almost 20 million are professional nurses, and only 10% are female, 10% are male, and 90%, almost 90% are female women providing that care at global level. And you can understand, when you see any health service, any health sector, almost 60% frontline workers are female. Yeah, nurses. You go to community, you talked about A&M, nurse midwives, and community health workers, community health volunteers in hospital, nurses, and they are women. And they all say in policy document, World Health Organization and other powerful international institutions, authoritative organization would say nurses are the backbone of any healthcare system. Can you imagine healthcare system without a nurse? How would it run? It would be difficult, yeah. Without and they have very diverse images, like we said, like, oh, these nurses have low status, and some nurses have very high status, like Florence Nightingale. and nurses, some nurses are seen as an angel because during COVID, I don't know how much you remember, nurses in the Western media were portrayed as heroes. Without nurses working in the frontline care, all these people in a hospital would have died. Yeah, hero. Nurses were heroes, saving lives, angel coming from, and they can overstress their ability, like they don't need almost like it's a political image. Sometimes people don't agree with that. Hero, angel, what? Have you heard anything else? Yeah. No?
Both doctors and nurses considered as a saving of lives.
Yeah.
In that COVID.
Yeah. The COVID, but doctors and nurses, healthcare workers, all in the UK, frontline workers, essential workers, they were called drivers as well. Without driver delivering food from A to B, people would not have like access to food, for example. There's some professionals like working hard and running services. They were called essential workers. They were very important. Any other image you have heard?
Indian garden, mother of Jimmy garden. What the English is Jimmy gardens, mother Indian garden.
Uh-huh.
When she got HARYANA, when we started
Uh-huh.
under some program, and very good work in there.
Yeah, some good some good advertisement as well, and good work, of course. Yeah, for example, Jordan, I think it's in Jordan, Queen or a Princess of Jordan is a nurse apparently. Like we present those figures there, and to raise nursing status of, like, you know. And in Nepal, nursing was not like the job for women or girls. Family wanted to consider. There were not that many nursing schools available anyway, but even like there were only few in 70s, not few, just two nursing programs in 70s. And in order to attract more women to nursing, um, uh, Royal Highness, that time we had king, of course, monarchy, Queen's sister came to nursing. She was trained as a nurse, but she didn't really work afterwards, just to promote the profession. And there's some good examples as well. And they have diverse images and diverse expectations. In Africa, for example, nurses are expected to do so much, like in community health. Thank you. In community health and running clinic and doing so much, like saving lives, maternal child health in that sector, and they have extended roles. All this with all the responsibility we see for nurses, and there is a shortage. I think we talked about it. Very common everywhere. We talked about feminization of migration. This is a repeat. These are, that was a figure of nursing shortage. I covered that point in UK context already. And there is like significant dependency, like all these rich countries have large number of workforce from other countries, migrant workforce, sustaining their health system. Okay, main countries are UK, USA, Australia, Canada, and we saw those Italy and Germany, and also Austria, Netherlands, you name it. Their system is reliant on migrant healthcare workers. I think I've mentioned about declining attraction. It's a repeat. the system, governments in rich countries, rather than addressing their challenge, looking at why we can't recruit nurses at home, what makes them stay, how do we recruit more students candidate, for example, nursing candidate, and keep them in the system. It's cheaper for them to go abroad and recruit foreign nurses. And that is one point policymakers and migration researchers are making, constantly asking government to invest in nursing education and professional development and keep your nurses there. For example, British nurses go to Australia and New Zealand because they compare their salaries and everything. They look at how much they can earn, and they go to Australia and New Zealand. And large number of British graduates, when they finish, I said, first challenge we have is student recruitment. And second, they don't finish, they drop out. Third, even after they drop out, they don't join the profession. Fourth, those who join the profession, they will leave for Australia and New Zealand. What do you expect? Of course, we need Indian nurses or nurses from Nepal. Yeah, the main critique is, rather than keeping them in the system, attracting more nurses and male nurses as well, they kind of prepare to recruit from other sources and praise them, like they label them like heroes and angels. During COVID, they were clapping, like praising all their hard work and selfless work. But after COVID finished, the nurses were demanding for pay rise. The government refused to do that. And as hero, they don't need more money. They can just overstress kind of thing. So nurses not happy. After the COVID, the research reports coming up, that more nurses are considering industrial action, that is a strike in European countries. Yeah, is it clear? More nurses are going on a strike, asking for more money and better working terms and conditions in Europe and outside Europe as well. Oops. In 2022, International Center for Nurse Migration reports that we will need 18 million more health workers by 2030, 5 years. And how do we produce 18 million more in 5 years? It's almost impossible. That is for global. If we were to have equal distribution of healthcare workers globally, for like that many nurses and that many doctors for 10,000 population, there is a global standard. Of course, all these rich countries have better ratio, total population and nurse-doctor ratio than India and Nepal, for example. Yeah, it raises a critical ethical question, of course. And if we were to distribute nurses and doctors equally, healthcare workers equally across the world, in all countries, we need more. And to meet that basic minimum standard, these are some projections. Globally, 1 in 8 nurses are migrant. Globally, not in India, but more nurses are in the UK. So that is the average, of course. And you can see foreign educated nurses, 200,000 in the United States, 100,000 foreign educated nurses currently working in UK, 71,000 in Germany, and 53 in Australia, and New Zealand and other countries are also heavily dependent on foreign healthcare workers. And I wanted to show you this is Nursing Midwifery Council registration. That's UK's data. I don't know if I can use this pointer. Yeah, it's not working here. In 2021-22, you can see 44% nurses who joined nursing workforce were foreigners. 44%. That is like a huge number. If they don't recruit foreign nurses, UK's health system will collapse and become worse than Indian health system, for example. Yeah. during COVID, number was reduced slightly and was going, but this is COVID impact, and it went up straight, and it's maintaining. Yeah, I think it's still going up. This because they're not obviously they're not producing enough. They're not keeping their own workforce, so they are so forced, like compelled to recruit from other countries.
Two times jump there after 2021.
Yeah.
Before that only 10%.
Yeah, yeah.
But after 25, that 2021,
Double jump, because during COVID, after COVID settled, not towards the end of COVID, so many nurses left. British nurses left the job because it's so scary. Who wants to go and look after COVID patients? And global pandemic is still to come. We don't know what's going to happen in future. And they were so scared. And so many nurses got COVID and died. And so many got long-term illness, long COVID. I'm sure you heard about long COVID. And they were so scared, and burnt out was a major factor. Stress and burnout and death and everything. So many nurses left to fill those gaps. International recruitment, and they're not looking after their own staff, obviously, paying enough. So it's not like just to blame Indian government, but there's so many all government to learn from their mistakes, basically. Yeah, look at that jump from 25% to 44%. They were recruiting nurses from the Philippines during the COVID when there was lockdown. Listen, they didn't have enough staff to look after the patient. And the Philippine government put cap on like how many nurses can leave the country during critical emergency time, like health emergency. They said we can't release our nurses because nurses are needed in our own country. And nurses were prepared to look after their own patient anyway. Some were ready to leave, and some had tickets, for example, flights booked, and some had visa. But Filipino government put ban on them traveling. I just wanted to keep them in their country. There was a bit of tension and stress there, and later that was resolved. Nurses from the Philippines came to the UK anyway. And what happened later, Filipino government were like bargaining with the British government that if we give you our nurses, you give us vaccine. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different level of politics playing in around international recruitment. Okay, just wanted to show you these figures and dependency on foreign nurses, the British dependency on foreign nurses. You heard about Brexit. You all know about Brexit. When we had Brexit, European left Britain. Yeah, because they didn't see European were doing better than British government and British economy, and European thought, okay, I'm not going to Britain anymore. So they left Britain, and Britain became more dependent on foreign nurses from outside European Union countries. This is like Brexit point, you can see here, and all the blue color, they were European nurses and non-European nurses. India is non-European, of course, outside Europe. After Brexit, all these European nurses didn't come, didn't join, all red. That's outside European Union. Nurses from countries outside European Union. And this is like new registrants, like new nurses joining the British nursing workforce. And these are the figure with 45 and 44% just here. This is UK trained nurses, and it fluctuates, like, when they put more money in education, nursing education and workforce development, and you have more nurses in Britain. When they don't put money, it fluctuates. It's very sensitive to economy. So nurse migration and recruitment is economic issue. So we really have to understand the country, how well the country is doing as well. That's why I just wanted to kind of you to have some ideas. Now, Because of this, can you see ethical issue here? I'd like to hear your voice next. Major ethical concern, because we're looking at, say, for example, Britain. They're doing better in their economy. They got better doctor nurses ratio to patient population, and they're recruiting nurses from Nepal. Nepal has very small number of nurses and more like disease conditions, care drain, brain drain, resource drain, everything drain, and that was like seen as brain drain, poor subsidizing the rich. Poor country Nepal giving money to rich country or resources to rich, that has been critiqued as poor subsidizing the rich. Not just brain drain, but like rich countries stealing workforce. They were calling stealing, hemorrhaging, brain drain, care drain, you name it. All these lots of big words were being used. And what happened was, I can give you a little background on this WHO Code of Practice on International Recruitment of Healthcare Professionals. What happened was, in late 1990s, after Tony Blair became Prime Minister of Great Britain or United Kingdom, do you remember Nelson Mandela? Yeah. Yeah. Nelson Mandela came to the UK, and he had at that time, 1999, it was, when he visited UK, realized that South African nurses were recruited by UK British healthcare system. Well, while South Africa needs more nurses because of TB, HIV, malaria, and so many other communicable diseases, and they were trying to develop their healthcare system, and Britain was recruiting nurses from South Africa, and he approached Tony Blair, and Tony, like, this is unethical. You should be supporting us, not us supporting Britain, producing nurses for Britain. And Tony Blair said, and they agreed to make policy guidelines. We developed some policy guidelines. Let's look at it seriously. And UK drafted the first code of practice for international recruitment. How do we go about it? How do we recruit people ethically, not just going anywhere in the world and recruiting like, I need this person, but is it fair to recruit that person from that country, kind of thing? And they developed ethical code of conduct, and that was finalized in 2000. They started implementing, looking into that, and ban some recruitment agencies, like, oh, we're not going to recruit from certain countries because they are at risk of failure in their healthcare system. And finally, that became the global code of conduct in global code of practice in 2010, supposed to use by all governments across the world, but like the labor right issue, human right issue, all these convention you have, and all these policy documents they draft and they sign, and agreements, this is not really being properly used because it's not very practical. Although they don't go and recruit nurses and doctors from random countries, but they have like some criteria and guidelines. India is okay. India, they can recruit from India in their document. This code of conduct says Western countries can recruit nurses and doctors from India. But until 2022, they were not to recruit, 2 years ago, not to recruit nurses and doctors from Nepal. Yeah, because Nepal's health system was considered fragile, weak, and then people were dying, not getting basic level of health care. So Nepal was in red list of countries until 2022. But do you remember I just said Nepali healthcare workers were migrating to the UK from 2000 anyway? In paper, it said not to recruit. People were going anyway. So it wasn't even working. Like they didn't match. Paper was in paper, whatever policy guideline was in paper, but didn't really relate to migrants' personal life. Nobody stopped them going there. Some went as a healthcare worker, other went as students, for example. So I think it's a kind of policy failure they recognized, and they changed the from like red list to amber list. They have this traffic light system. An amber list, that means if a government, like it's all right to have government to government negotiation, bilateral agreement, and recruit healthcare workers from certain countries. So Nepal moved from red list to amber list, and British government went to recruit nurses and doctors from Nepal in 2020. From 2023, I think the document was signed in 2023. So it's all right now. But India is safe. Philippines is safe. There's some countries like Nigeria, for example, is in red list. But if you look at a nursing register in the UK, Nigerian nurses come top in the list. So these guidelines, the guidelines are there, ethical guidelines, but they're not working. Okay. Because they want to come to the UK. As simple as if many people come and their number goes up.
Is that only the reason, or otherwise they have other skills like better in nursing skills like that?
Sorry?
Better in nursing skills like that. Maybe some places, like some people are more skilled and into nursing type. Some localities has the ability in some areas of fields. So I'm asking, like, is it for Nigeria people? Is it like their profession work? They were most eminent in that, so that they were moving into UK.
The Nigerian felt that there was opportunity. Britain was recruiting nurses and doctors, and Nigerian nurses got opportunity and they came. Even though they were not allowed to, they were not banned, but they were not recommended. Can we look at that clip? YouTube. Just this is very short. It talks about WHO code of practice and what is it, and how to address ethical challenges in terms of international recruitment of healthcare workers.
Progress towards universal health coverage and sustainable development goals is a challenge for most countries. Health workers are fundamental in achieving these goals, but their distribution is highly uneven. International migration of health workers is a widespread and growing phenomenon that is contributing to exacerbation of workforce inequalities across the world. For example, the National Health Workforce Accounts show that OECD countries host more than 1.1 million migrant nurses. This is more than the combined number of nurses in 55 countries that face the most pressing health workforce challenges. Excessive international health worker migration can be a sign of labor market failure. Increasing international recruitment is a common response to inadequate domestic production or retention of health workers, especially in high-income countries. On the other hand, many low and middle-income countries have limitations in employment capacity and working conditions that lead to workforce attrition and health worker migration from these countries. To improve governance of health worker migration and to minimize its negative consequences, in 2010, the WHO Global Code of Practice on the International Recruitment of Health Personnel was adopted by the World Health Assembly. The code is an international instrument. Health systems instrument. The reporting on its implementation is mandatory. So far, there have been 4 rounds of reporting and 2 reviews on the relevance and effectiveness of the code. The last review provided specific recommendations to WHO to facilitate implementation of the code. The reporting from member states show that there have been variable progress on the implementation of the different components of the code. While many countries have reported policies for equal opportunities for migrants and nationals in education and career progression, there have been limited progress on the regulation of private recruitment agencies with requirement for ethical certification. Notably, most countries require support to strengthen implementation of the code. The code explicitly discourages active international recruitment from countries with critical shortage of health workers. The WHO Health Workforce Support and Safeguards List identifies these countries to be prioritized for investment for health system strengthening and health workforce development. Among the 55 countries in the list, 37 are in the WHO African region. International recruitment from these countries is not banned, but encouraged to take place through government-to-government agreements. Such agreements should be informed by a health labor market analysis to ensure that the domestic supply of health workers being recruited is sufficient. Engage health stakeholders, including ministries of health, in the negotiation process and specify the benefits to the health system of source countries proportionate to the benefits to destination countries. These recommendations can be extended to other low and middle income countries. At the specific request of member states, WHO, with the support of the Working for Health program, has developed a guidance that provides policy and implementation considerations to help countries create a new generation of bilateral agreements that are fair, ethical, and keep health system priorities at the fore. The policy considerations emphasize on agreements to specify mutual and proportional benefits to health systems of both source and destination countries, include safeguards for countries with workforce vulnerabilities, ensure equal treatment of migrant nationals, and address gender needs. All agreements should also have monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and related information and data should be shared with WHO. Migration is an ongoing phenomenon. Governance of health worker migration can minimize the negative consequences and ensure benefits to health workers and health systems of both source and destination countries. Health worker migration is part of the broader health labor market dynamics and cannot be viewed in isolation. The policy response to mitigating the negative effect of migration requires all countries to increase investment in health worker education, employment, and decent working conditions to meet their domestic needs. Migration can help countries in the support and safeguards list as well as other low and middle income countries to advance towards their health goals, thereby UHC, SDGs, and global health security. For more information on the code, please visit our website or write to us at whoglobalcode@who.in.
Thank you. Done. Back to my slide. Yeah. So, what do you think of the code? Anything unclear? I think I had covered most of the points anyway, and there was like guidelines not to recruit from certain countries. Yeah.
All the guidelines and how to be in between source and destination countries.
Yeah.
What are the regulations?
Linking closely should be beneficial to both the source and destination countries, and there was like a point on gender equality because so many migrant workers are female, and there was a like lack of investment, basically it says, in health workforce education and professional development. You have to improve that to retain healthcare workers in your system, in your country, but all countries are failing that. There are 57 countries at risk in WHO list. Recently, now it says 55. 2 countries have moved out that risk list. Probably Nepal was one of them because it wasn't red list before.
But only 37 has signed it. Only 37 has been signed it. It is 55, but it is 37 who signed the.
Yeah. Oh, okay. and also treating migrant worker in the code of practice says treating migrant worker as equal to your domestic, like domestic staff. For example, a nurse recruited from India or Nepal should be treated like a nurse who graduated from Scottish Higher Education Institution, Scottish Nursing School. That is just to protect migrants' right, but that in practice, they said it's difficult. The implementation of this code of practice is hard. So many countries suggested that they need help to implement. But who is going to help? Help from whom? World Health Organization or source destination countries? Or it's not clear, is it? They need help to implement that code of practice, but who is going to help them? Whatever the reason, they are not able to implement that.
From both WHO and mutual help and mutual cooperation between WHO and destination countries.
In meeting and discussion is fine, but implementing is a big challenge. Yeah, I mean it's talking like labor market analysis, but before they were not talking about labor market analysis. In Nepal, so many nurses and doctors are jobless, and there is so much brain waste. They were not talking about brain waste. If they can use their brain going somewhere and earn better salary, why not? And they blindly put Nepal as a vulnerable country without looking at the capacity, labor market situation. And when Nepal cannot employ all these nurses they produce, what they're supposed to do? They have to go. These nurses go in their own initiative as a student or worker or a family member or whatever way they can. The policy failure, the presentation said it's a policy failure, of course. They're not able to implement it. And it's good to talk at policy level, but when it comes to implement in ground level, it's a big challenge.
Already when it is brain waste, then why they are producing nurses and doctors, and what is the use of them?
Because everybody wants to become a nurse, and private colleges will treat. Same in India.
Then why don't the government of Nepal will take care of a good profession for nursing and doctors?
Why can't Indian government do the same?
So that it can produce qualified and better nurses and doctors.
I know. Why can't Indian? It's a global issue. I gave you Nepal as an example. In India, exactly the same. Why can't Indian government keep their nurses? Like it's a global. It's a Philippines, exactly the same. I just said Nepal as because I. Just a kind of post-industrial. I'll leave you to read this statement. And there's so many issues after migration. So many issues after migration. It's not just at policy level. It's not just about ethics, but there is a personal level, family level, and left behind family member will have to pay the price. When a young woman migrates to the US, leaving her husband, family, and everyone behind, and children, how much children miss that person, for example. And there's some books around it. It's a big issue. And if anybody interested in gender and migration, women migration, nurse migration, nanny migration, this is a good book about global women, how women, like feminization of migration, it comes back to that point, and how women become global women, earning women, leader of the household, and breadwinner, and what problems they create, for example. Yeah, and they become global Cinderella. This is a good book, Sociology of Gender, if anybody wants to learn. And Children of Global Migration, this is really good book. It talks about Filipino women migrant like when they migrate to the US, men, their husband and family member will be responsible for looking after children, and the role reverses. And in the Philippines, some time ago, this author said, Rachel Perena said, Philippines was becoming like a motherless country because all Filipino women were migrating. Not all, but so many Filipino women were migrating. These are, if anybody interested in sociology of gender and migration, women migration, that's a recommended read. And the care drain, they come as care drain, like how care has been drained. I think, are we ready for lunch? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Oh, so we got time for plenty of discussion. Yeah, that's my last slide. What happens when women go abroad? Do you know any kind of, do you have any examples of women migration and left behind family member, how they cope with things?
I just want to relate to another aspect of the sociology of gender and like the migrant situation. So basically, why don't we talk about the sociology of the religion and migrant? Most of the people from the Christian religion, they prefer this kind of job in related to the nursing. Just like they call us to be the angels, the sisters. So the religion, they have a great impact over the taking certain kind of professions and job now. So is there any research which has been going on in that manner, like religion and the evolution and this?
That Seva George's book, When Women Come First, that is sociology of gender, religion. I don't know if that is in the title, but definitely about sociology of gender, nursing, gender and religion. A big Christian nurses in South India, more nurses were from Christian families, and how these Christian families established their community in the US, for example, and how men got involved in church activities. That's a good one. That if you're interested in religion and gender and sociology and migration, that is a good resource.
Just like the experience now. One of my neighbor, she's also a nurse. She's working in like UAE. Then what happened was she wanted to come back, but she can't. Even though there is lack of opportunity and lack of income was also there. There was a huge mental pressure she's facing there. Just like the rent, she has to pay a huge rent, even though she's getting a huge like. They will be staying in rent house now, so they have to pay the rent and they have to manage the household also because she's the breadwinner. So she has to take care of the babies also, but the children, they are in Kerala and she's in UAE. Then it's really hard for her. The great mental pressure she has. And her mom told me that my daughter, such a big daughter, she's calling me and crying that I can't do this here, mom, but she can't come back also because the money barrier is
money,
there.
financial pressure when women become the breadwinner, and there's another. And also migration literature suggests that when men migrate to the Gulf, maybe certain jobs, they send money back home. But when women migrate, they save more and they send more in compared to like what men earn and send and what women earn and send. Women send more money back home than men, apparently. Migration literature says. I've not done that research. And also my research in the UK with Nepali nurses, the gender issue was very profound. When men became wives dependent, like men became like some professionals, like I was initially I didn't quite understand their joke. They were joking like, oh, we live in Queen's country, they said. At that family behind, even if they take their family with them eventually, and the family find difficult to adjust in a new country. That's one thing. And second thing I realize is like links with care deficit. I'm sure same in India as in Nepal. What happens is young people move. A nurse moves and her husband goes with the nurse, and they have children in Australia or in the UK, and there's nobody to look after the babies, and they have to find somebody to come back to stay at home, and they can't afford to send child to nursery because nursery costs are very expensive. Nursery fee, like if you want to put your child to a nursery for daycare for longer hours, half of your salary will go, and they can't afford that, and they have to bring somebody from home, like mother-in-law or sister or somebody, and but they can't stay there for that long because the visa regulation, and these they struggle. Their struggle is just so much, and some people kind of term this as flying care. You go to foreign countries, provide care for the postnatal mother, look after that person, and child care for a couple of months, and come back. And
If we take a men, right?
supposed to be earning, and they end up looking after children, like they're doing women's job. I went to interview nurses. I met nurses' husband. They were really, they were joking, but they really had major challenge with their professional identity. They lost their job. They had a good job in Nepal, for example. They left their job. They went to the UK. They were not earning. And for men, if you can contribute like your views, that would be very helpful. Like when you totally become dependent on your wife, a lost identity is very difficult for men. Women, because traditionally we get married, we go to husband's house, yeah. That is more socially accepted, but for men is real challenge. That's why Sebajor's book is really good on, like, for men. They're not skillless, but men I met in the UK for first time, a nurse's husband, and I wanted to interview her, and her husband was there, and he had to make us tea. Like I felt really like, I wasn't used to like talking to women and men serving tea to their wives, and like kind of thing, and then he made dinner as well, and we had long chat. Afterwards he said, he's just so stressed. He lost his job. He had a good job in Nepal. He came, and he was very, very frustrated, and he eventually started a little grocery shop, and his job was to take child to the school and collect that child, bring that back, and do all the child care. It's all right now, but that was 15-20 years ago. Men are getting used to it. New generation, men in our new generation, they are different.
Western countries is like most equality, like
Yeah.
both are responsible
Yeah.
for taking family care
And it's improved so long to adjust to their new role. Sorry?
Why is he depressed? Housewife, all are different now.
Loss of identity was very.
Actually, Indian men are depressed because of that. Otherwise, Western country people like so much independent, right? No, I didn't.
The use.
I'm not generalizing it. Okay.
There is a.
Can you little bit louder? मैं जनरलाइजेशन नहीं कर रही इधर, ठीक है? मैं जनरलाइजेशन नहीं कर रही इधर, पर लेकिन हमारा इंडियन स्टेट में ना थोड़ा सा ऐसा है कि मेन पेट्रियार्की एंड इट वाज लाइक it was there in Indian society. So based on that, I'm saying that it is. I'm not generalizing it, but rather I'm saying most of the part and majority. It's like patriarchy is dominated in India.
And globally,
Yeah.
patriarchy is everywhere.
Yes, ma'am. but in Western countries it is like a little bit more independent. So thereby it's like a equality in taking responsibilities of.
Patriarchy exists.
It's like a renaissance.
It's a
How many women thinkers are there in Renaissance? In Europe, when Europe witnessed Renaissance, how many women thinkers are there?
Exactly.
How many female pope you have seen?
it's patriarchy exists everywhere. I'll summarize it. Okay,
Okay, we'll see into it.
I will summarize my view. In my view,
Okay, Deepak, we'll see into it.
the problem is Google who puts information. So any other questions so far? I think what we covered.
I have a question. Maybe it is out of context.
Yeah.
Like we discussed about nursing.
Could you a little bit louder?
My question is to ma'am.
But we also want to. It will be
I'll
our discussion.
just wait a minute.
So similar kind of job is like air hostesses are also like more gendered specific
Yeah.
jobs. Can you like do you have any kind of data regarding?
Can you say again? Air hostess and nurses, similar kind of gendered profession.
There is a gender nurse job is like more gender specific to women. Similarly, I personally looked at the air hostess kind of the structure of this job. So, do you provide any kind of literature on?
I don't know about air hostess. I know it's very gendered, but you see more in stewards, whatever as well, male staff. But I don't know the numbers. I don't know. There's only one thing I see common is with nurses and air hostess is there's a very good work done by Arlie Oxfield in that book, Global Women. Nurses and care workers and air hostesses, the emotional level is high. Are you familiar with the term emotional level? Yeah, it's very high. They pay full, really heavy price for that because they are exposed to really painful situation, and air hostess as well. Whatever they do, they have to. They expected to smile. Inside, they kind of have to suppress all their emotion. And for nurses, I've seen that comparative study on that, air hostess and nurses. The emotion.
But what is the question actually? I just get like.
He's asking for do we know any literature, any work on comparative work on nurses and air hostess.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Yeah, there is a lot of work around emotional level labor in nursing as well. You could find that if you're interested. And we leave our family behind, particularly migrant nurses and migrant healthcare workers. And I'll discuss about it in the afternoon session, like long distance mothering, long distance care, using media, how we stay in touch with our family member behind. I have a friend her mother was really ill in Nepal, and she was during lockdown, and you can imagine how painful that would have been. Mother was critically ill, and she was in the UK, and she couldn't travel because of lockdown, and she had to tell her family member what to do, like how to turn her position when she's in pain, what medicine to give, like constantly watching on phone, like giving instruction. We'll discuss a little more in this afternoon session, like more, that is called long distance caring and long distance mothering. Yeah.
One thing I wanted to add to what Ashish is saying, nurses and air hostesses are quite different because there is an economical aspect in air hostesses.
Uh-huh.
Because the average women's weight and man's weight is quite, women's is lower. That adds economically to the fuel consumptions. So that aspect makes it different for nurses and air hostesses for emotional labor. Kind of.
लेकिन उसमें एक साथ में ड्यूटी वाली
As
इंटरमीडिएट आपने बोला है तो उसमें वेट को कंसीडर नहीं करते हैं.
major concern is the facial beauty with regards to the hair of
a facial expression, not just beauty, but expression.
Actually, it is in every hospital, like hospital kind of job.
Service.
Like
Yeah.
receptionist or
Yeah, yeah,
a lot of patience is required.
yeah. And
Along with that, I'm adding that there is an economical aspect to it
Yeah, that is also one.
that makes it different for
air hostess.
than air hostess. This is what I think.
I'm not sure how much, but you're trying to say nurse, air hostess earn more?
No, I'm saying that nurses, we can relate emotional labor. Solely, we can say that nurses are good for emotional labor.
Uh-huh.
But in air hostesses, this is not only about job. It is from the economic side. Like there is an economical aspect to it, inducing more air hostesses in the female air hostesses in the total work scenario.
Okay,
Because that is
that's cheaper labor, or okay. I don't know that. I've not looked. I'm not sure if cheap labor is the reason for. Probably it is serving a service profession, like you said, is any kind of service profession is dominated by women. Yeah, what was I was going to say? And the gender pay gap. I was reading recently about male nurses and female nurses, if they have similar pay or not. Apparently, in the past, I don't know, I've not done research in this area, so I can't really say like my findings. But in the past, when like 50-60 years ago, male nurses were getting more salary than female nurses, and in Britain. And somebody who told me, like, who went to nursing with a male nurse, and she had this male colleague, and he was getting paid more than her because male have more responsibility because they have to look after their family, and female nurses or women's earning was considered supplementary income for the household. So that's why female nurses were getting paid less. And but again, all this labor right and labor we talked about yesterday, regulation, like this shouldn't happen. The men, women should get.
in which year is this male are getting more into nursing jobs in Britain?
In Britain, about 50-60 years ago. Somebody, I don't have the date.
1950s.
My next door neighbor went to nursing about 60s, yeah, 1950s, 60s, yeah. I mean, it was obvious. Reason being, men have to look after their family. Women's income was not expected, basically. Yeah, it's one argument around nurse migration. System not being able to keep nurses and attract more nurses because they get paid less, and they're not able to attract men nurses because the work is too hard. Any other comments before we stop for lunch? Any questions? Okay. Yeah, I think I finished my. One thing I wanted to show you is this is one on south to south migration in migration within Asia. In this, there are like Indian nurses. It's all about nurse migration, of course. Indian nurses working in Singapore, for example, Filipino nurses working in Singapore, and Indian nurses working in the Gulf. If you're interested, there's lots of research case studies here around South Asia and Asia, basically within Asia. I wanted to show you. Yeah, there are lots of chapters, quite a few chapters on Indian nurses from South India as well. And what else? See if I have any. Yeah, just looking if I have missed anything. To elaborate, anything you would like to? I think we have covered. And we talked about care chain, I think few days ago, yeah? So that is not new term either. Any new term missing, any concept around health worker migration, globalization? If I, yes, please. We heard this morning female nurses are preferred, but personally,
It depends on the gender of the patient.
maybe I think you made me think. Yeah, it's just that is a part of nursing. For example, psychiatric nursing, mental health nursing, you see more men. And male nurses are preferred there than some other branches. Nursing is huge field. There's so many scope and practices, like they work in the community, they work in hospitals, surgical, medical, pediatric, and you name it, different specialities, and mental health. And I see more nurses, male nurses in mental health. I think that they are preferred there. Maybe they have. Okay. And what?
It actually depends on the comfortability of the patient.
Yeah.
Because most of the Western countries like male or the good professions in what is that gynecologist. Okay, male are preferred. They have more skills than compared to women who can deal reproductive systems of female more better than women in Western countries. I came across from our, I think, Health and Society.
I don't know. I'd never heard that. Sorry. One thing I wanted to mention is we have this rough idea of like globally nursing, like 90% nursing workforce being female and 10% men. But when you look at migrants, who migrates? More men migrate, male nurse migrate than female nurses apparently. The proportion is like not just 10% male nurse migrate, but more than like 10% nurses migrate. In terms of migration, there is a kind of, I don't have exact data because I don't think anybody has done that research, but some newspaper and some bits and pieces, I've seen more migrant nurses being male than 10%. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to put this that there is this idea that comes by medical feminists that
Uh-huh.
Some jobs are actually more exclusively like given or rolled for women, such like hospitality or
Uh-huh.
nurse.
Uh-huh.
And they also believe this that if male counterparts would get into such jobs, they will actually take up the most economically benefiting positions. So, for example, in chef's job, we see like women usually cooks. We have this idea of role rendering. Like it's a job for a woman to cook in home. But when it comes to economic aspirations, it's always the male chefs that we see. Similarly, in such hospitable or whatever, like genders, arenas like nursing and everything, the radical feminists have decided if we would allow male counterparts to actively engage, they would actually take up all the economic positions and it would actually render negatively to female counterparts. But also with this point, there is also this point that we usually see what you have actually mentioned throughout the presentation, that all this job are actually seen as soft jobs just because there are women.
Yeah.
So the importance of these jobs has been neglected subconsciously or consciously because it is said that because there are more women, it is actually maybe an easier job or maybe job that accounts to more feelings and
Yeah.
physical things.
Yeah.
So it is actually both negative and a positive aspect. So we have to deal with both things, right? Because it has been seen that wherever there is contest between genders, male and female, and economic position, male always actually surpasses.
Yeah, just the point I made this morning about this two group of people arguing in literature, like Australian nurse academics saying we don't need more male in nursing because they will occupy higher position, managerial position, and they will progress faster.
You know, every nursing, I guess you have your gender studies books, you have what to study books, we discuss about QH study view in the Sari or industry.
Seri Otna, yeah.
She also gives example that when the household works are done by women, they are not paid when the same work are done at professional level. They are replaced by the males.
The radical feminists have also argued that if these household chores are more centered to males, then it would be in more demand and more recognized jobs.
That's an issue with gendering the
Job, yeah.
stereotyping.
Yeah, stereotyping the profession,
Because
stereotyping the
if we stereotype this job, it will again become the part of this conflict between male and
Yeah. But one thing I'm sure this is happening in India as well, and this is happening in Nepal, and I could see that's happening in this trend changing, shifting from like 30 years ago there were more male doctors and very few female doctors in the UK, like maybe about say I don't have exact figure, but my estimation, say 70% male doctors and 30% female doctors said 30 years ago. Now, in medical schools in Britain, female students are much higher than male students. When they graduate, and the medicine will be dominated by women. That is like my observation. Now, in my daughter's course, there were 60% girls, 40% boys in Scotland, and the same in Nepal. For example, now almost medicine is like 50-50 in Nepal. I'm sure same in India because it's a global trend, like young girls going into medicine, and medicine is getting more gender balance or even like getting female dominated almost. It will change in few years, and 10-20 years time medicine will be female dominated profession again, and then what will happen? That is my kind of
and also the sort of like you said, male nurse is there, he's getting more paid than female nurse. Although the nursing thing, the job itself is very, soft kind of a job, we think like that. Because when there is male and female, male will be more it's naturally like male are more
Sometimes socialization also
I
plays a
don't
role.
actually agree with this point because we have enough idea with war and everything that we have read. It's the socialization aspect that shapes all these ideas.
Also like and women and maternity, and when they go into maternity leave and their career cannot continue, that's the argument, like men will not be interrupted by childcare or anything, and women have other responsibilities, of course, and their career will get disturbed. Yeah.
Even a sharp career oriented women is considered negative.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Core of the society.
Yeah, 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 totally. Yeah.
Then I gave the example of nature in the way that female animals are more caring than the male ones. I gave.
It's not like that. It's not like that.
I agree.
It's really nature.
We used to feed dogs in our university.
Ah.
I have seen this by myself practically.
Ah.
At gate number 2, there is one female dog, and she has 2 puppies.
Oh.
And we used to serve them collectively in the same bowl.
Uh-huh.
That female dog, she never interrupts the puppies while eating.
Ah.
But same thing happens at there is one cafeteria.
Ah.
There is one small puppy,
Ah.
and there is one male dog.
Ah.
And
The
that
male-
male dog dominates and doesn't allow
I
it to.
read one example of dog you are generalizing.
Yeah.
In order to generalize anything, you have to start with the very first.
You can see
Oh.
birds also.
Yeah.
Women living there.
Okay.
But it's like about conservation, right? That
But
we
the
had
observation is really cool.
Ah.
This is what I'm saying. The observation is really cool.
Okay. Right. Let's sum up. Any. Yeah.
Can you explain flying care? Flying care.
Oh, flying care, and that is a term recently invented. Flying care. It's like expanded for international supply, nursing education in Nepal, and a little short history, and where nurses go and how nurses go there, and some a little bit about this working in destination countries. I've not talked about discrimination and their working terms and conditions. They are really important, and the issue around global workforce shortage, health workforce shortage, and reason for that, why rich countries are not able to produce enough first and retain their workforce in the system, and they lose as well. And Britain also loses lots of nurses and doctors to other countries, because all health system, not investing enough in nursing education and workforce development. We covered all these area, and what else? Gender issue, nurse migration related gender issues, and men's position when women migrate, challenges, family challenges, care drain, care gain, and there is a term care gain as well, because whoever receives that care in destination country will gain that care, and like brain gain. Yeah. Any point?
So now what's the stand of the transgenders in the interstate migration and the international migration, like just like the men's and women's transgenders?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't quite.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, we were talking about women's and men now. So what's the status of the transgenders in the interstate migration or the international migration? Is there any studies in order to know about their conditions?
I don't really know, because it's I don't know. I've not read any research. There did a short discussion I've seen. Obviously marginalized. You're talking about transgender, yeah. Discussion and the discrimination and marginalization and suffering, and moving from one country to another country. I've seen those, but not proper research. I've not read any proper research.
So they're
No, of course not. I don't think so. I mean, personal feeling. I've not read anything. I can't quote anybody's work or any research findings, but I don't think their suppression is.
There are so many new terms emerging in this field of migration, care brain, care gain, brain gain. So, what is the process of like inventing these new terms? How would anyone of us would like to give some new term? How would we do this?
I don't know how they invent how these terms are invented. I invented one term. That is, I can only talk about my research and my invention. I invented dream trap, and it's not my term. Somebody I was interviewing said we moved to, that's Nepali nurse working in Oxford area of England. She said we had this big dream. She said we had this huge dream to come to this absolutely like fantastic country, rich country, developed country with modern facilities, and hope was dreaming to work in a high-tech modern hospital, but ended up in this care home, and which is like so monotonous. And other term, Indian nurses, Nepali nurses, and foreign nurses used.
These terms, so how you popularize these terms, like in mainstream academic circle, that these terms get popularized?
Yeah, I can tell you. I'm telling, and how this term invented, like my dream trap invented. And she said, we had this dream, and then I come to this. I ended up in a trap. My dream has become a trap now. This is how I said dream trap. People use that term. If you look at dream trap, but it wasn't my word. But this nurse explained it to me, and then it hit me hard. And then, okay, nurse migration is about dreaming something and getting into a trap. Because they can't return, they can't come back. They already invested so much money. And brain drain, I'm sure somebody invented that. I don't know the origin. We only use those, recirculate those ideas. Somebody must have invented brain drain, hemorrhaging. I know somebody invented this poor subsidizing the rich. I know that person, and she used that first in her work, like poor country Ghana, for example, was giving health workers to the UK, and poor country subsidizing rich country. She used that term, and it became very popular. People liked it, and but I don't know how, like sociology, like sociological development of that term. I don't know. This is how things work. My term started. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big thing, and migrant nurses getting into like a trap. And BBC was a very popular word term. BBC, have you heard of BBC? Yeah, that is like common for other people in healthcare migration. BBC is British bottom care. All these migrants doing the last job, worst job ever. It's like caring British people's bottom, like kind of. It's like a dangerous. Like migrants end up doing 3D job. You heard that? Dirty, dangerous, and degrading job. And these migrant nurses were using BBC, and I didn't understand. I learned from them actually, because this is common phrase they use in everyday work. That is a common term as well. Okay. It's too much, is it? I think it's just like so. Talk about migration. So I encourage you to study more migration, and we can meet again. Like I want your money. Okay.
So thank you, ma'am, Dr. Dada Adhikari, for your enlightening session today. Your reflections on the skilled labor crisis in developed countries. It is
हाँ वो मैं देख रही थी ना, तो मैं आपको कितनी फोटो दे दूँ? कितनी फोटो? कितनी फोटो दे दूँ? ठीक है। अच्छा इंग्लिश में भी, इंग्लिश में हमने बनाया था, इंग्लिश में कितनी फोटो?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope all of you had a good lunch. So, for the next 1 hour, I hope you can stay awake because we are going to present findings from a research study which has been conducted under funding from ICSSR. So, this is a part of a 2-year major research project, and we have done a 4-month-long fieldwork for it. The topic of our research study was overseas migration of nurses from Punjab. In this particular presentation, what we are covering is their motivation, strategies, as well as the family networks that have been involved in migration. So, firstly, we have divided this presentation into 2 parts. One is the context. So, in the context part, first I'll be talking about global nursing shortage and migration of healthcare workers. So, basically, we will try to put it in the context like how and why nursing migration is happening globally. Because I think today only in session 1 and 2, Radha ma'am has already elaborated on how there has been a shortage issue, but also simultaneously from the from the global south, there has been a movement towards the global north for a very long time, especially from India. So we will try to contextualize in this, and after that, ma'am will take over, and she will be talking about mostly history of nursing in India and in relation to Western medicine, colonialism, and the idea of purity and pollution that comes with nursing itself in India, especially. And thirdly, in the context part, we'll be covering nursing migration from India, the Kerala model. So basically, in India, for example, in the early, for example, in the 1900s, there was this pattern of people going to various European countries in regard to their church and religious affiliation. So we will start from there, and ma'am will slowly and gradually, like she will come to the topic of how there has been a continuous movement of Keralite Christian nurses towards Gulf countries. From there, she will be talking about what we have previously discussed the other day on the day 2, that is history and context of migration from Punjab, and then we will move on to our study and our findings part. So ma'am here will elaborate on research question and research design. So what was basically our objectives and how we conducted our study in Punjab. And then I will move on with the findings of our project, which includes the demographic profile of the nurses, how they basically, what their socioeconomic context is like, and why they are even thinking about migrating. So what is the broader context in which they're thinking about migrating from Punjab itself, and then their education and work experiences in and outside Punjab. And finally, we will move on to the most important part of our project, that is migration destinations, motivations, and strategies, and role of family in the whole migration process. So let's start with this. Okay. So firstly, in the context part, what I'm trying to talk about is global nursing shortage and overseas migration of skilled healthcare workers. So what happens is that in economics, there is a very clear distinction between the idea of development and growth. So growth, it is mostly regarding the economic factor itself, like what is your per capita income, what the GDP of a country is going. But development is a more holistic idea where we basically talk about whether there is a good scope for people's education, health, and other various factors. For example, we all know about Human Development Index, right? So, when in the 2000s the idea of sustainable development goal was introduced, there, along with the very idea of human development, there was also introduction of the idea that is sustainability. So now there are several goals under the SDG 2030. Among them, one is the health related goal. So they here talk about one main common theme for the healthcare goals of SDG, that is universal health coverage. Here basically World Health Organization, they have wanted to talk about there is an important, no matter what class or what kind of social stratification category you come from, irrespective of that, from each of the member country, it is expected that you will have access to the most efficient kind of healthcare that you can get in terms of your disease diagnosis, prevention, as well as treatment.
So for the treatment part, those who are staying in the hospitals, it is not always just about the quality of the skilled professional that are there. We also need the quantity. So World Health Organization, in order to monitor that, they have this kind of there is a server. It is Global Health Observatory. So basically they keep track of density of healthcare workers. So we count it in terms of number of healthcare workers, for example doctors, nurses and midwives per 10,000 population. So if you see into the developing countries, it is always quite less. We can compare it to the developed countries cases, where for example in Canada, Australia or US, if you see they're indicated, it is like more like near or above 100 nurses and midwives per 10,000 population. Whereas for India, for the past 5 to 10 years, we have seen it is like less than 20 nurses and midwives per 10,000 population. So you can see like this is like whatever their density is, it is by 5 for India. Similarly, Philippines, which is actually the largest nursing supplier in the OECD countries, as per OECD data from 2019. So Philippines and India, both of them, they at one point they have less amount of nurses at service. At the same point, they are actually one of the top 2 nursing exporters. And it is not just Philippines or India. There are specific cases from Asian countries. Rather, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and African countries like Ghana and Nigeria, although they have been persistently suffering from healthcare shortage, at the same point, their people, their skilled healthcare workers, they have been migrating to the developed countries for a long time. So now there is, so we can say like this is a double-sided problem. One, we have shortage. Number two, people are migrating. So we are producing. So developing countries, those who can't afford to take nurses from outside. For example, ma'am today was mentioning about how Japan, it has been getting nurses from other Southeast Asian countries, right? Japan has been getting nurses from Philippines. Similarly, Korea also gets nurses like that. But at the same time, Korea and China, nurses are from migrating there as well. So the problem is that countries like India and Philippines, whose salary rate as per our country's economy, it is very less. So we can't expect people from other countries, they would be coming here. For example, we can expect someone from Bangladesh or our like very neighboring countries, people can come, but not from developed countries. So we can produce our nurses, they are expecting higher wages, and if they can't stay there, they are going back. So we can't, we are producing already quite a lot, but they are inactive. Then those who could be active, they are leaving our country. So stage 2. And stage 3, that is that developed countries, they actually producing themselves. So the long term solution for them is to produce nurses. And but the factor is that it is also very expensive solution, because you have to invest in their education, the time. For example, ma'am was telling that in Scotland, where she teaches, people are like enrolling less number of people, although there are vacancies, right, for nursing students. So that is a problem in developed countries, like they are producing less domestically. And also, to solve that problem, there have been recruiting nurses from outside countries, which we call outsourcing. This is a very generally used term. So they, for the short term solution, they actually import or outsource nurses. But what the long term consequences of this is that developed countries, I have talked it in the last session as well, the developed countries, they kind of have the power privilege, but they can control when to recruit more from the overseas countries. So they can easily control the visa policies. For example, in the post-COVID times in Canada, for example, whenever there is a, they are taking more nurses, for example, there is a skilled visa list, and there is a special provision for overseas nurses. So they will talk about it. Like for example, till you reach the age of 50, you can apply there. You should have certain kind of qualifications, and they keep vacancies there. Similarly, in New Zealand or Australia, there is also vacancies like that. So they can control how many to get, and after getting how much, their necessity will be fulfilled. But that is not same for the developing countries. We are losing ours, at the same time we are not being able to replenish our nursing workers. So that is the problem. It has been persistent. Also, there is one catch here. See, I have mentioned here for the developed countries that there is an aging nursing workforce condition. For example, in India, let's say we have a very large number of the young population here, and so in our workforce also it kind of reflects, which is a good for us, because in the future we will be having a similar kind of sustain growth in our economy. But for the developed countries, when it comes to the nursing workforce, if you see the average age, you go to the World Health Organization's website, so the average age of the nurses there, it is close to 40 years for every one of them. Like for US, it has, I think there was once a time when there was like 47 years, it was like the average age of the nurses. Then it has now come down to 42 or 43, and it also reflects the conditions of other developed countries, which is very problematic, because after 20 years they would not be in the workforce anymore. So even though they have kind of 100 nurses per 10,000 population. Okay, sorry, please tell me if I'm going too fast. So even if they currently has 100 nurses per 10,000 population, after 20 years a lot of them will be gone already, so they will once again need nurses from our countries to like supply more, right? They're trying to produce, but at the same time there have been cases, for example, I talked other day as well, that is in UK there was this survey post COVID where those who left, they mentioned they had severe space burnout. In US also there has been surveys in various states. I think the survey that I'm talking about, it is probably from California or somewhere like that. In Canada also there have been studies. So those who are already in service, they are staying there from domestic population of there. They are mentioning that they want to leave the job within 2 to 5 years, and it's not like they are very old or something. They are in the middle age and they are kind of tired with the kind of hectic the job is. The demands is very what should I say, very intense. So this is a persistent problem. So under this, so this is basically the broader context in which there is a shortage of nursing. Then there is also the migration of nursing, which solves their problem but not our problem, because we fall under this developing countries category, and globally all of them, they are like reflecting there. So this is the empirical problem that we have focused. There is also another, the research gap that we have been focusing, based on which we also like the problems that basically we faced when we were getting data from various reports. Firstly, there is data gap, data unavailability. It was discussed in session 1, I think, that we don't have proper and accurate data in terms of how many people have left our country. The moment we issue a passport to someone, we don't look into it anymore where they are going. A person who has a passport, he may go somewhere for tourism. He may not go. Throughout his whole life, it is just there in his shelf. There can also be person who has migrated. So once a person becomes citizen of another country, that's a different story. But as long as that person is like staying there for some time, we always don't get the data like when they left, why they are leaving. We don't have that kind of survey in India. Like we can have small sample surveys, but not like overall and representative of the Indian population. That kind of data we don't have. That's a very specific problem. So the source country, that is India, for example, we were doing this research to understand the nursing migration aspirants perspectives, but we didn't have that kind of data, like what amount of nurses have migrated outside. For the destination country, they do have data, because as I said that Canada releases, for example, a skilled visa list, how much they will be taking that year. So of course, when you get the visa, when you get stamped, they will maintain that kind of data, but it is not available to us. We do get to see some of the data in terms of, for example, you go to any countries, any developed countries website, they will say that this is the healthcare population of our country, this much is our nursing and midwifery population, and this much it belongs to the foreign, exactly.
We don't know how much are
Exactly. We also may get sometimes, for example, from Asia Pacific region, this kind of based on race, we also get like black people, Asian people, we get that kind of data as well. There was one post COVID survey done by the Guardian, though there it was, but you never get the country data, exact data, how many of them they actually studied there, then started working there, or how many of them just migrated for what visa. You don't have any kind of available data for us researchers, or I don't think the policymakers also they get exact.
No, the data which we saw, which was removed that website,
Yeah.
OECD data.
Yeah.
We saw the data was there few months ago.
Yeah.
But after that, when we tried accessing it, when we were writing, the data was gone.
So OECD
वो data
basically has like a database which they said at their website at that time that we are updating it. So we basically had screenshots at that time and we analyzed that data. But after like since February 2024, it has not been that much active. So
it's under
yeah. So that is the, like, whatever data was available to us, it is gone now. That, so whatever data we have been dealing with, for example, I was saying that Philippines is the largest supplier. So that was based on a 2018-19 data that was mentioned in a 2019 report of OECD countries, mentioned something like migrant workers, their role in OECD countries' healthcare, something like that. So,
so every country also, like Australia, they come out with their data. So
yes,
individual countries also have their own data sets. But it is not necessary that all countries will have their own data sets with respect to migrants. And the issue is again, it will come out like a combinations or black or non-white. So you don't know like who these non-whites are, from where they are coming. Like are they non-whites from coming from India, or are they coming from Africa? So it's a very broader category. Asians like अब Asians में तो सारे आएंगे ना तो वो visa के लिए from where will you get? You have to write to the embassy of that country because it is the embassy of that country they give visa. So again you have to write to every individual country to ask about the visa.
Also, this is in fact
again like there is a thing like she said, when one may go on a tourist visa and then stay back there, get a job. One may go on education visa and then change the name. So there are multiple issues with this also because how will you categorize them? Work visa, tourist visa, education visa. So that is also an issue problem to find out who's working in what position or what situation.
Also, there is one thing that by saying that we need this kind of data, we are basically demanding a very separate kind of data. It needs to be like created. Yeah. In fact, the very much available data regarding how many nursing or midwives are there in each country, the very recent data is not available. We sometimes get 2020 ka data, 2022 ka data, but right now we are in 2025. So that also creates a problem because in 2 to 3 years there can be many things. For example, in 2 years COVID was done and over. Yeah. So how do we know what kind of things happen? So we don't always have the very recent data, which is very much needed for us. So I have talked about the global nursing shortage thing. So now ma'am will take over from.
So when we talk about nursing, so why we chose nursing, why I chose nursing as a topic was because coming from a sociology background, so I wanted to work on a topic which was related to health. So nursing as a professional group has a lot of sociological relevance because when we talk about nursing, there are multiple factors associated with it. You have gender, then you have the workplace safety, then you have the wages. Now with gender, there is workplace safety, wages, bargaining power, leadership. Multiple things are associated with regard to nursing. So how I began my work was I tried understanding that how nursing came to India. So because the nursing that we see now is a very Western concept. There was talked about, nursing was also talked about in terms of our Vedas, but there it was seen as a helper, a second class helper who would, nurse the person who is sick. Now this helper was usually a person from the family. And even in the nursing hospitals that, army hospitals, only the upper castes were allowed to be admitted. And there the ladies would nurse their own members or it will be the male nurses. There was no concept of women nurses then. But when, slowly through as India became colonized, the concept of Western nursing got introduced in the country. So it was related to the modern Western medicine, and it was a Dufferin Fund which actually brought nursing into the. They established different nursing centers, training centers, and then army nurses were there who actually established the nursing system in India. So earlier it was only the women who were either Christian or Muslims, and Muslims also from very downtrodden, not a very upper class Muslims who were like or prostitutes, orphans. These were the kind of women who joined nursing. Hindus, they had the idea of they're not much upper caste Hindus. Women were part of the nursing force in the country. Now, nursing was seen as a vocation. It was seen as a service to the society. It was seen as something that you're doing a charity. So that is how it got popular among Christian nurses in India. Now, with the idea, then how did migration come into picture? The migration came into picture. It started in 1960s, 50s, 60s. It basically, these were the nurses who were Christians
and then they started migrating to different European countries through church route, through religious routes. So I will show you some pictures. These are the nurses, and they went to Germany, they went to Italy, they went to Switzerland. So they went to different countries in Europe. So, I'll show you some pictures. See, these are the Indian nurses in Germany. So the first picture you can see here, it is a family from Kerala. They migrated to Germany. Now this is a picture of 1964 of two nurses in Germany, and it's written, they wrote to their family back in India that in Germany's tree have no leaves. Sometimes cotton falls from the sky. Cotton is like what? Snow. So they had no exposure. So this is, then these are the nurses. So like the group you can see. So they used to write it to their families that it is very difficult to work. But then we have other people from the same community here, so we are somehow managing. A lot of them change their name to German name, like so that it could be easier for the patients to pronounce their names, and they become more acceptable to that community. So these women were seen as non-white or brown girls with a very sweet attitude, with a very caring attitude. This is subservient. This is how they were seen. Now this is a photograph of a nursing school, and there is a girl as young as 17 years old. So how young they were when they started migrating, and they all went through this help of the religious connections that they had, especially church connections they had. So this is a girl, she is nursing a sick man. Then you can see they're enjoying Malayali food, the Kerala food from Kerala here in Germany. They're learning to play, ride a cycle. So then this is my newspaper that was coming out in Germany at that point of time in their own language. So these you can see how popular it was, like how many people, how many nurses from Kerala were there. That's why this newspaper started coming out there. They must be having so much readership. That's why. Then this is church, a marriage happening in church in Germany. So church played a very big part in terms of integration, and also in terms of making them when they move. So it also helps them to kind of deal with the initial problems that these nurses face. They kind of had a social support. Church played a social support system. Yeah, like a makeshift home. Yeah, that's. And this is a nurse. She's seeing Christmas tree for the first time. So when she was asked that, okay, don't you have Christmas tree in India? They said no, we celebrate Christmas in church. We don't have the concept of Christmas tree in India. So this is 1960s, and this is a like two nurses couple. So this shows that some of them got married to Malayali men who were already studying in Germany, and some of them married a German man and they got settled. So this is like, so we can see that migration as a nurses, migration as a concept is not very simplistic of a health worker just moving from here to there. It has a lot of sociological aspects to it, starting from why they are migrating from here, and then how is their life after migration. So when we delve into all these things, we come to know that it has multiple dimensions. So that's why I got interested in knowing about it. So when I started learning, I learned that migration started in 1960s through this religious route, and it was majorly these nurses from Kerala. Then after that 1960s came the large mass migration. This migration which was happening to Germany was not in larger numbers. It was not as mass, but the mass migration of nurses started happening in 1970s only, and that was towards Gulf. Now, why did this happen? Because there was a lot of need that oil. कहाँ गया बोला हम लोग का? There was discovery of oil in the Gulf countries. So because of that, there was a demand for skilled and semi-skilled workers increased. So many people started migrating to Gulf. So men started migrating. So when the men started migrating, they started exploring opportunities for women also, and that's when they came to know that nursing has a big potential to get job in Gulf. And so many Christian nurses, majorly Christian nurses, they started migrating to Gulf in 1970s. Now what happened was when they started migrating in 70s, so some nurses migrated, they found out, okay, this is nice, we have a good life, we have good salary. They made more people migrate. So it became like a chain. I went, I helped my sister, she migrated. My sister helped, some other cousin, so she migrated. So it became like a chain and a continuous process. So this began with Gulf, and then after Gulf, they started moving towards Western countries. So slowly, the migration started spreading. Like you can see here, Sneha, can you just show it with the map?
So this
From yeah, you can see the rows. So you can see, then in India also, so this is how it works. And then in India, how it works is they originated from Kerala. A lot of them go to study in nearby states as well. But there are many private nursing colleges here. Like if you see the number of nursing colleges, it's like concentrated, private, especially private, in the South Indian states. So these nurses, they move from here to these private nursing colleges. Then they study. They also go to Maharashtra. Then after studying, doing their nursing course, they start moving to different places. They go to Maharashtra, Bombay especially. They go, they travel from here to, either they go to UP, work in a small nursing home or a private hospital, and they go to Delhi. Now, why these places? From Maharashtra, one can go to Gulf country easily because there are a lot of placement consultants. Now, how does the recruitment happen in Gulf nations? There are two. There are private and there are public hospitals in Gulf nations. So for the private, usually the nurses apply directly or their friends and relatives help them. Okay, there is a vacancy, you apply. Public hospitals, what they do is they come and have mass recruitment. They come and hold interviews here or online. Yeah. So they give you a date. Okay, there are agencies. You go and apply. The nurse will go and apply, and then these agencies will conduct the whole interviews. So from Maharashtra going to Gulf. Gulf is the connection. It's easy. From Delhi, again there is a concentration of nurses. Placement agencies here or recruitment agents here. So either they go directly to Delhi. What they do is they work here for a few years in Apollo or some kind of hospitals, Medanta or some small hospitals, and then they go. Now what happens is there are so many private nursing institutes here. The quality is different. If somebody is coming from a good nursing institute, she will have good quality. She may get a job in Medanta. If somebody is coming from a, I say, Chota Mota institute, not very well, established one, she will anyways go to UP or some other place, work in a small nursing home, get experience. Yes, experience certificate, and then she can go. Now, why this experience certificate is important? Because you need it. It's a mandatory criteria to get job other places. Like in Gulf, you don't need English exam. You just need experience. But in UK, you need experience plus English language exams plus other criteria. So experience is needed. One cannot just migrate without experience. So this is like a trajectory. This is like the movement they have. So it is very rare. It is like from Kerala they move directly to some place outside India. So it's like a step migration from here to here, from here to here, and then from here to somewhere else. This is how usually the movement happens. Now, this whole movement, starting from their home to a nursing college, from a nursing college to a hospital, then from a hospital to a destination country 1 or to another destination country 2, is supported, is planned with the help of family members, with the help of networks, with the help of placement consultants. Throughout each step, all these people play a part. It is not just that I come today and I want to do nursing. Now the idea that why I want to go become nursing comes from, should I explain? Okay. Okay. So the idea why I want to do nursing is something. There is a Kerala model. Okay. So, in India, when we talk about nursing, it is nurses from Kerala. So we talk about Kerala model. That is the term we use. Now, what is this Kerala model? Now, Kerala model is basically the idea that why I want to become nurse comes from the fact because nurse has an opportunity abroad. It is the family who decides, okay, this is we have a woman in our house, let her become a nurse because she can migrate and bring money to our home. Okay, so if it's a boy, they will not think of making him a nurse or sending him through this nursing route. If it's a girl, so the strategy that I will make my family, this girl a nurse, is planned by the household, is planned by the parents. They decide, okay, she will become a nurse. And why? Because she can go abroad. So migration is something seen as a, socio-economic status indicator. Yeah. So nursing is seen as a family strategy. The term is like family strategy. Nursing is seen as a family strategy. Now, once,
For example, like in Palpur, as she mentions, like in the initial years in the 1970s, when the first nursing migrants were going to the Gulf, so some of them were actually inactive because at that time salary was like very, very low. So their family was like, so there is this chance in the Gulf. Like that time there was like mass recruitment in various like hotels or other places. So there was like they were opening temporary offices and they were recruiting from the government itself. So they were like, why don't you go? You have good opportunity. Some people they were not actually that much confident like whether I should go, but their family was pushing them on. Like you go and through you we will send others from the family as well. So
yeah,
मैम जो दीदी बताई ना ये मैं मतलब लिटरली मैंने लाइव देखा है जैसे मैं क्रिश्चियन मिशनरी स्कूल से पढ़ा हुआ तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि पहले एडमिशन लिया जाता है थ्रू कन्वर्जन फिर वहाँ से पढ़ा के उनको उसी की ब्रांच के हॉस्पिटल में प्रैक्टिस के लिए भेज दिया फिर वहाँ से मैम जैसा आपने जल्दी भेजा वैसे आगे
that is how it works actually. So then the family decides, okay, she will go, and if she will go, we'll send somebody else, and also our socio-economic status will improve because she will send us money, we'll build our home, we'll send more children, we'll sponsor their education, we'll give them a better life. So that's how it begins. Now this is coming from the family. Now what about the girl? Why does she want to go? Because the girl wants to go is because so that she can have a better marriage, better groove. Because in Kerala there's a lot of concept of dowry, and the dowry involves itself, kgs of gold, isn't it? Hiba, I'm looking at you. Give me some answer. Yes or no?
they usually give 100 kg this kind of gold there.
Yeah, I don't have a picture, but I had it in my phone. The girl is laden with gold till here, okay? Her hand is like full of bangles till here. And I don't even know how she's walking, but she's happy. And she's taking proud in the fact that I'm getting so much gold. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, so she has asked a very pertinent question. Okay, you can discuss. When we are ready, we'll talk. I don't have a picture, otherwise I would have shown you. My guide sent me live from the Kerala. Yeah, we can show you. We have it, I'll show you something. So, nahi, dene ke liye. So why? Why? Because see, she had a very relevant question. Why women? Because when we talk about nursing, like if I ask you nurses, what is the first image that comes in your mind? Men or women? So the idea that is there, that's the problem with nursing. It's so gender ingrained. That nurses, women. Even if you go to a hospital and you want care and some man is sent as a nurse, they say, nahi, ladki ko bhejo. Isn't it? And then it's more gender neutral, like she can take care of both male and a female patient. But if it's a man, then a female patient may have some objection. Okay, I don't want to be nursed by him. I would prefer a female. And the idea of caring, soft, charity, and everything is associated with women. So that's why nursing comes to be seen as a female vocation. This is a problem. This is again a problem. Now, it being a female vocation, there are other issues why women want to migrate. Second is dowry. Let me explain dowry. Now, if they are in India, a nurse usually gets a salary of 10 to 15,000. Even in some private hospitals, I recently asked 5,000. 4,000 they saw in Punjab in a field interview. 4,000 per month. 5,000 per month is salary in private hospital.
For example, if you go to the, for example, Ludhiana, Chandigarh section, or maybe like more the urban exterior side, there you will still get people who are starting on an average from 7K to 8K. And people can go as high as 20, 70, 50K to 70K after years of experience. But when you go to like very interior sites, there are people who start even from free.
3,500 I have seen. Free.
We met somebody who has worked in a hospital to get the experience certificate. They said like, you are anyway getting the certificate, so why are you asking about money? So we basically went there and worked there for 2 years for free.
So even in Kerala, I saw 1,500 per month. So how do you expect somebody to give kgs of gold? And unless and until we give dowry, they will not get a good group. Because they all have aspirations to get married to somebody who has professional qualification, somebody who's well settled. Because most of the people who get into nursing, they're coming from a little lower socio-economic background. So they feel that once we go abroad, we will be able to earn enough to save for our dowry. And that is something which I found in my PhD, in my MPhil study. Yes, that a major chunk of their earnings goes for saving money for the dowry. Now this is down. Now third thing is why they want to go is again like we mentioned low wages. Then the idea, since nurses are women, the attitude of patients, the attitude of doctors, the attitude of other paramedical staff and senior staff in the hospitals are also not very supportive and respectful. Like if they go, the nurses, I met some nurses, they said we have to stand for 17, 18 hours in a day. And if a doctor is in the room and if he is doing some procedure, if he is there, he is allowed to sit. But I will keep on standing for 5 hours. I have to stand put like this. I cannot move. This is the problem. Then again, the behavior of the patients, sexual harassment. Then working, safety, workplace safety. They have, then when what I saw was, they don't have bargaining power. Like if they have some issue, they cannot bargain with the hospital staff just because they are women. They don't have that collective bargaining agency like a union. Even if there's a union, even if you see the nursing unions in India, the nursing union heads are usually males, very few females. So there's no bargaining. The males are bargaining for women nurses. That is the problem in India. Then another thing what we saw was, we read also, that in India, now the idea in government hospitals, private hospitals are already exploiting. I'll tell you how. In government hospitals, there is an idea, there's this concept of some of the state government hospitals. I'm not about central government, but what we saw in Punjab, and we read about Punjab because our areas, that what they have done is they have taken nurses on contract. So there are nurses, permanent nurses working there who are getting level 7 salary. Now similarly, there are contract nurses doing the same work but getting 20,000 salary. So the permanent nurses are getting 80,000 salary. The contract nurses are getting 20,000 salary for the same work. Now these nurses are asking these permanent nurses that you help us. Let's bargain. Let's get us more salary. At least let us get us permanent. So the nurses who are already there, who are permanent, they don't want to bargain for them. Why should they? So there is a division in that. And then there is this caste based also, like there there's some kind of a caste based division also. I don't want to get into that in Punjab, what we saw. But then what in private hospitals in Delhi, what I observed in my MPhil PhD, like I don't name name them, that when the nurses join them, like initially, what these people do is they take their certificates, original certificates, and they keep it as a security, so that they don't run away. So when they join, they ask them to submit their 10th certificate, their nursing certificate, and they keep it with them so that they don't run away. There was this nurse in 2012 or 2013, she committed suicide in Kerala because the nurse wanted to go abroad and the hospital was not releasing her certificate. She said, please give me my certificate so that I can apply. I want to go abroad. The hospital was not giving her a certificate. They were not giving her experience certificate only. So she committed suicide. So this is a big issue with many, some of the, unregulated hospitals as well. And this is, I don't know what is the policy now, but this is something which I saw when I was doing my PhD in 2014. I don't know if you guys observed something. I think it is still the same in Punjab. So we cannot say for the entire state, but certainly private hospitals, these have these practices because they are giving them less money. They have to find some way to retain them. Less money, working hours are more, social security is not there, workplace safety is not there, then they can get terminated easily. And then within, there's a lot of disrespectful attitude at times from the doctor also, because they're seeing, even many articles you will read, they say that they are seen as second class helpers. That's the term that they use for nurses. So these factors come together, like factors at the individual level. So there are three factors, okay? Now there are factors which are at the individual level. Then you have the factors at the middle level. So you have this micro, you have this meso, and you have this macro. Then these are the meso factors, which are the networking factors, which are your friends and families, how they help you. I want to migrate. Now I will look for people who will help me to migrate. Okay. Now these people can be my friends, my classmates, my colleagues, my relatives, anybody. Then plus placement consultants or agencies. These agencies will help me to migrate. Now these agencies can be in India, can be abroad. Okay, so these agencies. Then comes the macro. Macro is the destination country factor. That where I want to migrate. Now this destination country factor, where I want to migrate, will depend on, okay, how much salary a nurse gets there. What are the kind of qualifying exams that I have to pass? What is the criteria? Is it easy? Is it tough? How much cost I have to pay if I want to go to UK, USA or Gulf? What is the kind of cost that is involved? Now this cost may not only involve with regard to the visa money, but also with regard to the agency that I am paying. Because these agents also take a lot of money. Like if a nurse, I interviewed a nurse, she said I have paid 10 lakh rupees to the agent to come to UK. And then these agents also offer a certain kind of system. At times, these agents are known to these nurses. So what these agents do is they let them go to the destination country, and then they say, okay, once you start earning, you send us some money as installment every month or every 2 months. So they also give them some kind of, or they attach them to some banks from where they take loans. So they also have some kind of a financial setup for the nurses. So so all these factors come together, and then that is how a nurse decides that where she will migrate, how she will migrate, when she will migrate. So that is what this Kerala model is all about. It starts from an individual level, that is the person decides to go to nursing because of these individual factors related to nursing as a profession. Workplace, dowry, and others. Then the meso factor is the household decision making. That okay, the family decides that this person will be a nurse. Why? Because there are job opportunities available abroad, which Radha has talked about, which she has talked about. That the developed countries has job opportunities. That's why they want to give. There's no job opportunities. Why would they want to migrate? So then, after along with household, we are the networks. Okay, मेरा भाई देखो उसकी बहन वहाँ पे नर्स है, तुम भी वहीं जाओ. So these kind of networking, then agencies. So these three factors at the meso level plays a part, and then the final thing, macro, is the destination factor, which is related to that destination country. It may also include the culture. Like Radha was saying yesterday, we were having discussion. She said that people who are from UK, they feel more comfortable going to New Zealand and Australia as compared to USA. So that is not because of the salary differentials or the money differentials, majorly because of the culture. They associate more, yeah, because of the language, the culture, the practices. Because because Australia and New Zealand is a colony of Britain only, so they feel more comfortable going there as compared to USA. So they all these and then another when we talk about step migration here, just one more thing I want to point out. What a lot of nurses do is they go to Gulf, then they get a lot of money, then they from there it's easier to go to these developed countries. So that is they usually a lot of them don't get visas directly to the developed countries, so they go through these indirect ways. And in my PhD, what I found out was most of the nurses who were there, Indian nurses in UK, they were not interested in settling down in UK finally. They all wanted to go to Australia. Huh? I said, you are in UK, you are settled, you have a home here. Why you want to move to Australia? You have a PR. They said, no, because of the weather. So now their reason for movement was different weather.
Similarly,
It is very cold in UK, they said. We can't stay.
Similarly, from New Zealand, we move to
Australia, because this
the time is lower for New Zealand, so first they go there, but
yeah,
then they
want to So it's easy to go and join nursing in New Zealand. So they join nursing in New Zealand, then from there to go to Australia. So Australia, because of the weather, they want to go to Australia. So it is not necessarily that okay, they have gone to developed countries, their migration, route has ended. They would want to move further. So this is how the Kerala model is. So what I found was, we all know, we discussed it yesterday, that Punjab has a history of migration. Punjab has a history of migration. So when I started reading, and I realized that nursing was very popular as a route of moving out from India in the southern states. But now it has catched up in Punjab also. Many women are becoming nurses in Punjab, and they are trying to move out of the country. Punjab, it was earlier the man who would move out, and then he would take his family or the wife or whatever from his home. But now the situation has changed, because people in they have a high aspirations for migration. So they have realized that nursing is a good potential way of migrating. So women are taking up nursing in Punjab, Himachal, Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana, these nearby areas, to go abroad. We did a study in Punjab, but what we found out in a study was that nearby states also many women are taking up nursing just to migrate abroad. So we planned out I proposed a study to ICSSR. These were my basic questions that I wanted to know. That why do women from Punjab, why they want to migrate? What are the motivations? Is it something similar to Kerala model, or is it something new? Because like I said, Kerala model has these 3 levels. So we wanted to know that is it same as the Kerala model, or we have some different Punjab model that we can make. And then again, we wanted to know what is the role of family, what is the role of social networks, what is the role of agencies. Because the kind of agencies that operate in Punjab are different from the agencies that operate in Kerala. And the literacy level also is very different from Punjab and Kerala. Because in Kerala, people are well aware and they have very well established professional connections abroad. In Punjab, that kind of professional relations are not there. Professional relations in the sense that if I know I've become a doctor in USA, I know I can guide a person coming from India. But that kind of professional associational network is not there for people from Punjab as of right now. Because this movement of nurses has started happening now. So once a generation of Punjabi nurses have already moved abroad, then only they can guide the nurses back here that you come. That is not yet established for Punjab.
routinized and structured manner.
Yeah, in Kerala it's like a whole system in like established system. That system is getting established now in Punjab.
So,
It's started happening.
For example, there was a 2020 report from WHO. It was for international nursing migration from Kerala. So they have mentioned, you can see the website census, like Kerala has specific government and government associated organizations for finding employment in different countries for skilled employment training, like different trainings from what you get in your degree course. Then English competency courses, for example, you are preparing for IELTS paper, so they are basically government associated organizations themselves, not like the private ones.
Yeah. Government has set up organizations. So what these nurses do is in Kerala that they go and tell them that okay, I have applied for this course or I'm interested. So these organizations assist the nurses in also finding out verifying the employer that okay whether that's a genuine employer also or not. And even if after they have migrated, if there are certain issues, these agencies you can contact them and they will help you. Like if you face any problem there. So there's a well-established system in Kerala in every sense to support the migration, the entire migration. But in Punjab, it is getting established. It is started. So this is what we wanted to see, that what we are trying to explore. We also came to know that in Punjab now nursing colleges have started offering this dual degree where you can do some semesters abroad and then you can get a job there. So in education, nursing education itself, they are bringing some changes, but these are only offered by the private institutions right now, not from any government institutions. So this has also started happening in Punjab. So this made us this made me feel that okay, I should look into this part, and then I proposed a descriptive study because it's a small study. We have looked around, more than 300 nurses. So we proposed a descriptive study, not a very analytical study, because in terms of an analytical study and come out with a very affirmative, notion that okay, this is happening because of this and this is how the scenario is. We needed to have more field work, like more numbers. So we decided we'll go for a descriptive study. And our target population were both nurses. Now these nurses working in private institutions as well as public institutions. Then we decided that we will, include nursing students as well.
Basically, those were interning currently.
Interning, yeah.
Associated with the employment sector
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, so who are doing their course and who was working. So we took those kind of nursing students for our study. We did a 4-month long field work. We did a pilot study in 2024 and then February 2024, and then we collected data from the month of November, December, January and February, and it was a 4-month long field work. We used in-depth interviews and structured questionnaires for data collection. So some in-depth interviews were conducted in AIMS, Bhatinda, in Chandigarh, then in Ludhiana, in Jalandhar. So we took up different, we went to nursing colleges, we went to private hospitals, we met them at their home, we met them outside at tea stalls. So, various places we got hold of them where we could. And then we got hold of, we conducted this data collection. So, and we had two of our research associate and assistant, and then two of our field investigators who collected data. Right now, we are analyzing. So, we are sharing some of our preliminary findings with you. So, Sneha will continue.
So, hello everyone, I'm Pratika. So, right now we will be sharing some of our findings from our fieldwork in Punjab. So, this is a map of Punjab. So, this is a map of Punjab. So, geographically and also administratively, you can divide Punjab into 3 regions. Majha, this is Majha, this is Doaba, and this is Malwa. So, Majha and Doaba, they have both 4 districts each, and this one, it has like remaining 14 because 448 and they total of 22 districts in Punjab. So why this segregation is important for our fieldwork? I'll share it later actually. But mostly the factor is that although there are so many districts included in the Malwa region, there is one particular pattern that you see. For example, here, let's say Ludhiana or Mohali in this section, people are more interested into, let's say, study visa and work visa. But when you go into Jalandhar and Kapurthala, let's say, for example, we shared one reading with you by Nicholas Smith. she mentioned there as well that Jalandhar and Kapurthala are one of those districts where there are prevalence of illegal migration, or if not illegal migration, irregularities in migration. For example, you provide me let's give an example. So you want to go to Punjab, but you want to go through study visa. So in order to get a study visa in Canada, for example, you have to show them I have this amount of money which I'll be investing for my education for the upcoming 1 to 2 years, let's say diploma course or degree course, whatever you are doing. So that is called GIC amount. So based on what kind of policies they have, it keeps increasing or decreasing, but you have to show it. Let's say it's for 12 to 13 lakh. So you may not have that kind of asset. What I'll do is, I'm an agency, I will take help of a financer who will give that, let's say they tell you to show it for 6 months or for 3 months, whatever for the duration of time they want you to, that you have that kind of money in your account for that time. So you show them. In US it is show money, but in Canada you already have to like convert the money and give it to the students account. So there are certain policies. For example, in US, for example, if you just have to give them show money, I will introduce you to a financer, which is obviously not a very regularized procedure. They will give the money to you, they will keep it for whatever kind of time it is needed to be there, then I will take it back. Now in exchange of that, you will give me some interest, let's say 7%, let's say 8%. So that is kind of a practice there. So these kind of practices, they are more happening in Jalandhar and Kapurthala, not in this section. There is also kind of practices, but less. Big agencies don't do it here. So that is one kind of pattern, how this region is different from this region in terms of migration. Another thing, in this particular sector, what we have seen is there is a high prevalence of contract marriages, preference of spousal visa. So in terms of spousal visa or tourist visa, what kind? There are sometimes strategies some people take. One is you go, you overstay, you do work illegally. That's one thing. There are other set of people who we have met during the field work, who let's say they go to Australia for 3 months. They come back to India. They went there for tourist visa. They went to some relatives' house. Then a person will go again to let's say UK, stay there for 3 months and come back. So one of our participants, she was actually sharing this story. Like she will go to New Zealand after the interview. She will go to New Zealand in next 1 to 2 months. Her visa was granted at that time. So she wanted that stamp in her passport to show them, see, I am going there. I have the money. I can afford it. I will come back. So when the actual interview is happening for let's say her work visa or study visa, she is sure that they will be convinced that this person is not going to be illegally staying or overstaying, something like that not happening. But in this kind of area, they are more likely to go for spousal visa. So you get married, you already have an kind of a discussion with the potential groom that I'll be migrating after marriage. So they will probably provide you money. In case of contract marriage, I'll be sharing the
So
story.
there are like different patterns of visa ways we found from different regions.
Yeah.
So each region had a different pattern. Like one is of that spousal way they will migrate. One is through like proper work and education visa, and the other one is like she said, how irregularity is there. So each region had a way of migrating, the preferred way of migrating.
Before I start sharing with you like the concrete findings, I just try to explain this kind of technicalities a bit. So you can see it, right? So there are a lot of types of visa. One is study visa. For study visa, there are also two types: degree course and diploma course. If you are going for diploma course, there are kind of highly limitations right now, because there are people who actually transfer their courses where they actually don't have to study, they don't attend classes, they totally go for part-time jobs, they work more than the approved hours of work. So right now degree course is mostly happening, but here also they don't take the kind of degree that we regularly do. For example, you did masters in you did bachelor's in some subject, you did masters in sociology, a very full-fledged degree. But for let's say in Canada, where a lot of Punjabi people want to go, there is not availability of masters in nursing courses that much, especially for the foreign students. So what they will do is take 1 or 2 year courses of masters in public health. public health, or let's say child care, or any kind of psychological nursing ka like psychological or specialization, they will do all kind of this kind of degrees. So that is study visa. For work visa, there are two type in two ways you can get work visa. One is a proper employer is sponsoring. In terms of employer, one can be like in Canada there are for example, if you want to go to US, you first what you have to so let's say you have done your degree and now you are taking preparations for your English competency exam. Let's say IELTS, OET and PT, they are professional kind of English exams based on what for example for nurses. And for foreign licensure example, let's say for NCLEX. NCLEX is the foreign licensure exam for applicable for US, Canada and Australia. So you are preparing for them and you are also consulting with an agency. So now
NCLEX is something that nurses have to give to get the, it's for specialization of nursing. Yeah. Like, there's nothing to do with language. It's for that profession.
So when you are now you have taken your exams and you have submitted your CV and your exam scores and like whether you want to take study visa or work visa you have finalized. So let's say you want to take work visa. There are two kind of recruitment agencies. One will be like I will help you understand what kind of vacancies are there in various hospitals. If you go to, for example, US or UK, in UK you have to register through NHS. In US, if you go, you will be talking to your hospitals. So you can go for specific vacancies or you can just take help from a recruitment agency.
Actually, UK, I think rather he told about NHS in the morning that NHS is a major recruiter.
Yeah.
So, and then there are these other private hospitals also, nursing homes also nowadays that they are also recruiting. So that's why a lot of nurses they go to NHS, and some of them have now started going to private care homes and these nursing homes.
But when it comes to Canada, then you have to apply to specific provinces. For example, we have states in India. There are specific provinces in Canada. Let's say British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario. These three are one of the most popular provinces for the Punjabi people that we have studied so far. So you have to apply to specific province where you want to apply. So you have to submit all of your documents. They will look into it and you can go there. Now when it comes to this employer thing, so you either take help of a recruitment agency and they introduce you to the hospitals, or you directly contact with the hospital. Otherwise there is possibility that a particular recruitment agency they employ you. So your work visa is getting sponsored by that particular recruitment agency. You go there, you will get your job. That's one way. There is another way. Your relative is sponsoring you. So basically, you will be going to the country on a work visa, and they are showing there that my chacha is there. He has a restaurant maybe, and I am working under him or her. You will go for a temporary unskilled visa or something like that. So that is also very much happening because your relative can directly sponsor you. So your chances of getting there is high. Study visa, I have already mentioned the degree and diploma thing. So spousal visa, that I said that, for example, in the Jalandhar Kapurthala side, there are a lot of people who are like, we want to take study visa or work visa. If that doesn't happen, I am marrying someone who is already settled there. That's the spousal visa. But for tourist visa, I already said you overstay or you try to prove that you will come back convincing for illegal. We have already discussed last day. Now, what is contract marriage is basically, let's say I'm a nurse and I want to migrate to Australia, but I don't have money, or I have very little amount of money, but I have done my degree, I have work experience, I have maybe passed IELTS with the 7-1 score, and maybe I'm preparing for NCLEX. So the prospective groom's family, they now have an idea. Now it's the funny part, out of every NCLEX coaching or IELTS coaching, there are actually members from groom's family, they actually keep a tab on it. Who has passed, like your name will be outside now once you have passed, like your photo is there with you taking certificate. So they will actually keep tab on you. They will try to contact you through those coachings or agents that okay, so this girl has got it, so I want my son to marry this girl, and in exchange I will offer. So this is very explicit kind of marriage. So in exchange, I will give you, let's say 30 lakh rupees or 20 lakh rupees. 20 to 30 lakh is the most like average kind of practice in this kind of marriages. So I will give you the money, and you first go there with your scores and everything. Then my son will come with you on spousal visa, and then he will settle there. He will get some kind of job for a let's say a cab driver, or he will open a business, he will work in a restaurant. That's one aspect. This is explicit kind of contract marriage. Now there is also implicit kind of contract marriage, where let's say it's kind of an arranged marriage, where you didn't ever use the word contract, but you did have from the very beginning the idea that we will get married only if both of us are going there. And in certain cases, wife is more qualified, more likely to get admitted for the study purpose or for the office work, whatever it is. Let's say we are discussing nursing. So contract marriage is more practiced in the Jalandhar Kapurthala, that is the Doaba region. So I have already discussed this part, like step-by-step migration procedure, that first you get your degree, then your exam scores, and then you go for the agencies. Now these are some of the pictures from our fieldwork. These are more like the state civil hospitals where we went to take interviews. This is one of our first respondents that we actually interviewed. Yeah. So here we were taking interviews in December, I guess. Okay. So now we are coming to the demographic profile of the nurses that we interviewed. Here we must mention one thing, that how we are explaining the term nurses from Punjab. So one is, for example, resident Punjabis. Let's say resident Punjabis and non-resident Punjabis, how are we defining it? So let's take her and me as an examples. So I am someone who is currently staying in Alberta, in Canada. But my family has always been there in Punjab. Just before I gave you the interview, 1 month back, I actually shifted there on a tourist visa. Right now, I am familiarizing myself with the climate and working conditions. I may come back after my tourist visa is, the period is over, or I may just take the exam and try to get job there. So I am actually a resident from Punjab, but currently I am there for a short period of time. Or I am a resident of Punjab. I have been born and brought up. I am currently working in a private or a public hospital, or maybe I am interning in a private or a public hospital. So I am also resident Punjabi, currently residing in Punjab. There is also resident of Punjab, but not currently residing in Punjab. So you get it. And there is another set of people who are currently residing in Punjab, but they are not from Punjab district. So let's say someone from Haryana or Himachal Pradesh. Jammu. We have Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, and JNK. So these four states. So people from these four states, they are like very much prevalent here. Also, we made 2 respondents from Nepal actually. Yes, like they were there on visa only, but I think she was getting married to a Punjabi guy. Yeah, but she was currently there on visa, but she will be getting married. Yeah.
Working like even that in JNK, then she
Himachal
nurse, she was married to a
Yeah. So most of such nurses, they are either engaged or they are either married to people from Punjab. And there are also people from Chandigarh, that is the shared administrative headquarters for both Haryana and Punjab. So that's how we define resident and non-resident Punjabis in the study. Now let's come to the age group. So we had a total of 303. This was the size of our sample population. So of that, 63.7%, that is the majority of population, it falls in the age group of 21 to 25 years. And the second largest chunk of the sample population, it falls in the age group of 26 to 30. So if you club them together, it is above 80% of the people who are into 21 to 30 years of the age group. And also, as ma'am was today only talking about that, there is like currently 20% nurses who are like male and 80% who are female. So in Punjab also we kind of had like a similar pattern, like there 88% of the nurses, they were actually female, and we had 12% of the nurses who were male. Now I must mention this here, that the nurses that we interviewed, it was purposive in this understanding that we were interviewing only those who were aspiring to migrate. So who are either planning, who are either preparing, or whose visa is already in the processing. So these are the people that we interviewed. So all of them, both male and female population in the 303 respondents, all of them are migration aspirants, and their aspiration, their intention to go, how intense it is at different levels, but all of them are currently trying to go. Some of them, I think a lot of them are actually enrolled in various coachings, let's say for IELTS or for NCLEX. Some of them, they are doing self-study. Now coming to the religion-wise distribution of nurses, this was already discussed in session 1 to 2 of day 1, that Punjab has a very large section of population who belongs to Sikhism. So 66% of our sample population, they belong to Sikhism, 25% of them, they belong to Hinduism. There are also representations from Islam and Christianity in our respondents. Now caste and caste category wise distribution, we did give the our respondents the option to say that I do not want to mention my caste, because there are certain times that they are not comfortable in sharing that information. So because we had that confidentiality also, like if they only give their data on volition, that was the idea. So based on whatever the valid percentage, how many of them they gave us the data, 68% of them, that is the majority section of the population, they belong to the general category. Then there was OBC, that is 17% of the population, 14% of the population they belong to SC, and 1%, I think 2 to 3 respondents, they were from the ST category, basically from the tribal sector of the population. Now this is native settlement wise. For example, I mentioned just a few minutes ago that there are resident Punjabis and non-resident Punjabis. So for example, right now who is staying out of Punjab, based on where his native place was, so whether it was rural, urban or suburban. Similarly for someone who is from Haryana, so where he and now living in Punjab, so where the native population of him, like in Haryana, was he staying in a rural place or in an urban place, that we wanted to know to understand his socio-economic situation. So based on that data, we have 46.5% of our sample population who were staying in rural areas, and 13.2% they were staying in urban areas, and 40.3% they were staying in, so this was suburban and this is urban. So although 46.5% is from rural, if you club them together once again, more than 50% of the population, that is from suburban and urban areas. Now you have to club suburban and urban because the suburban areas in India, they are gradually growing, because the urban areas, they are already so overloaded with the population that people are migrating backwards to have like kind of a affordable accommodation and stuff. So that is very important part. So we have more tilted towards the urban settlement, whatever our population is. Now this is one of the most interesting sections, that is the landed property ownership. So we have already, I already showed you, I already showed you here the 68% of them belongs to the general category, and also a large section of them belongs to Jat Sikh population. So they mentioned it themselves. Now,
actually, we did not force anyone
yeah,
to mention their caste.
Yeah.
So whoever told us voluntarily, we just included.
This is also because when we actually did the pilot study, there we saw that there is a certain kind of hesitation when they were mentioning their caste data. So because we were doing in-depth interview now, so for example, you were doing a 40 to 50-minute interview with someone, so you expect that person to be in complete comfort. We don't want to treat them as like from whom we are just collecting data just for research sake. So let's be human. And so
caste actually did not matter so much because
yeah. Now caste matters when it comes to like Jat Sikh landowners.
Yeah, land ownership.
So for the land property ownership is very important here, because if you don't have enough liquid money right now, you can actually sell your land, you can actually girvi rakke, you can get your money. So land property ownership is kind of the thing that can work like as a plan B. So I have in back of my mind, okay, अगर मेरे parents पैसा जुगाड़ नहीं कर पाते हैं, मैं land बेच दूंगी. So I am more likely to go. So you have kind of a confidence. You can say with conviction, I want to go. So for so you see, no landed property. 42% of our respondents, they say that they don't have landed property. And by landed property, in no sense I am mentioning here of residential property. It is either agricultural land or either another kind of residential land that is currently not under usage, or an extra residence that you have in other places. Yes. So in fact, we had few of our respondents who had lands worth 1 to 2 crores. Some had 40 to 50 lakh worth. So they were planning to sell their respondent that I mentioned now, that who is going to New Zealand with tourist visa. So she mentioned that she has two lands in Chandigarh Mohali region, and she is willing to sell them to get there because she is getting there with her both husband and two children. So they need more money. And more than 50% of our respondents, they have property either in rural or in suburban or in urban area. And for those who have rural property, more or less they have like landed property which is used for agricultural purpose, so they are also willing to sell that one. And we also got it confirmed from various agencies and as well as coaching centers that we visit. They also are saying that most of their let's say the students who comes for various let's say English or foreign flex coaching, they are also like they are from general caste. They do have lands back at home, so the data it is getting complemented by their accounts. Marital status of the nurses. So 74% of our respondents, they reported to be single or unmarried. 3% of them are currently engaged. Interesting fact, those who are currently engaged, they are having conversation of migration with their potential groom. So either it is arranged marriage groom or it is love marriage groom, but they have already discussed before the engagement that they will migrate together. The girl will go before, the man will go later. 21% of them reported of being currently married. Some of them already have children, and they are those who already have children, they are more likely to go there with husband and children together, not leave them right now. Some of them do intend to take them later. 2% of them were once married, currently widowed or divorced. Now coming to the education and work experiences. So here one thing is important. So basically what I have written is that when you are going to private college, your investment is higher. And when you are going to a private hospital for your job, the returns that you are getting for your investment, that is very lower. So you see 33% of our nurses, they said that nursing was their first choice of their career. 17% they say like their individual decision it was that for 33% they themselves wanted to go there. For 17% it was more like a plan B. They earlier it was AIPMT, now it is NEET. So they wanted to become a doctor, they couldn't get through or couldn't get into their Pasandida college. So around 50% of them, they came into nursing because they wanted to be in kind of a health related occupation. But what happens to the later 50%? Some of them wanted to be in law, some of them wanted to be fashion designer, but right now they are nurses because family played a very important role for their education decision. So basically when we talk to them, they mentioned that family said beta ye zyada future prospects iska acha hai. So for future prospects, those who are not that much interested in migration, we can think that maybe for government job, like for example if you go to any central government hospital, you ask around, starts his job above 70k, and after let's say 7 years of experience, you are more than 1 lakh you are getting salary. So government job is a good opportunity, but when you like probe into them, when you ask them more questions, you will understand that future prospect अच्छा है का मतलब migration prospect अच्छा है. So 50% of them, they are actually getting into nursing education because there is migration opportunity and their parents suggested it. Parents or any other family members, known people, teacher, anyone. Then the highest degree that is achieved till the time that we conducted the interview, it was BSc nursing. So 66% of the nurses, the highest kind of education degree that they had, it was BSc nursing. Others, they were into GNM, they did post basic. Very few of them they did MSc nursing because of course those who are wanting to do study visa route, they will go there for MSc Public Health. Like there is no use for them right now doing MSc Nursing. Now the most important part is that CF. 77% of the nurses, they completed their education from private colleges, and we have 18% of them, 18% of the total sample population who went to government colleges. Those the rest of them, they went to like charitable colleges, like those who are the kind of colleges that are made through the fundings of a trust or that is like semi-government. But 77% of them, they went to private colleges. And let me tell you, for the private colleges, the fees, the total for the BSc Nursing is a 4-year course. There is a mandated 6 months internship there. But for the whole course of 4 years, you pay approximately 4 to 5 lakh. So for 4 to 5 lakh, if they are paying for a 4-year course while doing their education in a private college, and at the same time we can see that 65% of our migration aspirants, they were actually employed in the private colleges. So it is kind of crisscrossing that those who went to the private nursing colleges, they are more likely to be in private establishments. And now here is the fun part, that some of them, they actually start from as low as 4,000 to 5,000 rupees salary per month. So you have already spent, you have already invested 4 lakh to 5 lakh rupees, and you are getting a return that is 4k to 5k per month, which hardly covers your travel, your snacks, or maybe your breakfast. So how are you going to contribute anything to your family? Also, let's say someone in private sector, let's say in Chandigarh or Ludhiana region, who is getting, let's say 50k salary in a private hospital per month, but you see in Chandigarh 20 to 25k is the rent for you. You have children, their education. So how are you going to cover that? And all of those findings, they reflect here. So 77% of our respondents, they mentioned that they want to migrate because of better lifestyle and higher income. So this was one of the reasons, but that is the economic reason. What is also important here is that more than 50% of the nurses, in both the cases of, they mentioned that they want to go abroad because they want better career growth, also better work environments / dignity. So ma'am already mentioned there that there is this imagination that the kind of work that nurses do, it is kind of second to what the doctors do. They're more treated like a manual servant, both by their employers in terms of the hospitals as well as the patient parties. So there is kind of you are not getting, first of all, the salary that you want. You are also not getting the kind of treatment that you want as a human being. There are several hospitals where we saw that there was only one, let's say, staff nurse, and everything was getting managed by those on currently first yearly contract, or they were interns, and the amount of workload is intense. In India, you work on a 6-hour morning shift, 6-hour evening shift, and 12 hours night duties. But in order to check in and check out, let's say you take additional 2 hours. So after all this amount of duty, and there are certain hospitals where there have been people who entered, and in the first 1 to 2 months they left. There are hospitals where every month there is a vacancy. Every year, let's say they take 20 to 30 freshers, but only one is left at the end of the year.
Hospital we saw in Ludhiana.
Yeah.
We don't want to mention a private hospital. A nurse who has worked in that hospital don't want to work as a nurse in India.
Yeah. Not
It's
one,
such a bad
two
experience. Two hospitals. Yeah.
One was working as a nursing college teacher in a private college, and she was actually getting less salary than what she used to get as a nurse in that hospital. So she mentioned she lost 15 kgs of weight in a span of 1 to 2 weeks. Like,
working in the private hospital. So
like,
she is willing to work for less money, but she will not work as a nurse anymore.
Yeah.
I'll go abroad and work as a nurse. I will teach, but I will not be a nurse.
And you can say that for female, maybe they have less tolerance. We did meet 2 male respondents from same hospital. One was still working there. He was first like, yeah, sab theek hai, sab theek hai, sab theek hai. After 15 minutes of the interview, she was like, jaise the way they behave, of course people can't stay there, but you see, I have sick mother at home, I need to be there. Another man, she like, let's say he he was literally like, and when he became comfortable to share the fact, he was like, if possible, I would never go back to the profession of nursing in India, like not in this life. So that kind of like intense response it came out. So it is not just like you want better income, but it is also the exactly better life and dignity. And now this is the important section. We give them the option that you decide, like for your first preference, second preference, third preference, what country are you choosing to move. So when it came to first preference, Australia was ranked first. 33% of our respondents, they chose Australia. 31% of them chose Canada, and 25% of our respondents, they chose US as their first priority. And this kind of ranking of priority, it reflected both when we were questioning about their second and third priority. So Australia and Canada and US, Australia and Canada, they sometimes had this interchanging position when it comes to priority.
Actually, there's this place like people living around where Chandigarh.
Yeah.
They preferred Australia.
Yeah.
People living in
Ludhiana, it's Canada.
but in Canada.
Yeah.
So the place also had this thing by which place, where they want to migrate.
Yeah.
So that also varied within Punjab. That is what it is.
This is also because I actually talked to one of the coaching center person. So their idea is that Australia is more expensive when you want to go there for, let's say, work visa, but it is kind of there is some surety that you can get through it. But when it comes to Canada, there are like eternally changing policies. So although Canada is like very favorable option for them, like favorite option for them, but they still are choosing Australia over Canada for practical reasons. And when US is concerned, some people do have some reservations regarding interviews and stuff, so they think it is going to be harder. Similar case for UK, some people think getting into UK as a nurse is going to be harder. So but it is also important, I didn't mention it though, that the fourth most popular option was UK, although it stayed at less than 10%, but UK was the fourth option. So this is 60% of the nurses, they wanted to get work permit, 23% of them they wanted to take study visa. We didn't try to give them just one option, you either choose study visa or you either choose this. No, we gave them an option, like you can choose multiple options. So what was the most popular option? That was work permit. Like basically they want to work there. I either go with direct work permit or I first go there with study permit and then I work. So if I don't get the work permit, because as I said, if you go independently without an agency, you can reach your destination with study visa. You can have your coaching and you can still reach there in between a budget of 5 lakh to 7 lakh yourself. But if you use a let's say agency, then it is 20 to 30 lakh, which is very big amount. So some people are willing to use 50 to 17 lakh of money and get the study visa. Also yes, so I have mentioned that 17% of the sample population, they want spousal visa, and I told you like what are the regions where spousal visa is the popular most option. These are some of our pictures of recruitment agencies.
This is in Ludhiana,
Chandigarh. So you can see the stairs. The stairs will take you to developed countries. Now you can see, I think all of them are in Ludhiana, I guess. So there are these buildings. So a whole in Chandigarh is a planned city, right? So there are certain sectors. You just reach there with a cab, and there is like numbers of buildings and yeah. But in Chandigarh, there was still no one pushing you to come. In Ludhiana, me and our field investigator, I literally had to ask her, "You stall them? I'm running away," because people were coming because they were like, "Ma'am, you are." Like standing here, you must want a visa, let me help you. They won't take commission from you, they take the commission from the agencies, but they're literally running after you the moment you get out from the cab. So this is in Ludhiana. This is also, I think, in Chandigarh. Once again, another stairs to take you to your dream destination. These are in Bhatinda. They're also like buildings after buildings full of visa agencies, offices. Now this is family migration strategies. So ma'am earlier mentioned the Kerala migration strategy. So did we see any difference, any similarities when compared to our study in Punjab? Yes, we did. So what kind of similarities? Similarities in terms of people do want to go. There is a family network that is operating there in terms of, for example, in Kerala there is. So for example, in Kerala there is one book chapter by Parkat where she mentions that
Mary Purport is the writer. She has worked on this person migration.
and you can actually read it because it is in the
French.
India Migration Report. There is a chapter.
It was a French lady. She has worked on it.
And she has been working in this field of Gulf migration of nurses from India like for several years. So she mentioned that how in the beginning this family network it emerged not just because I wanted to help my family achieve that social status, but also because the moment I as a woman in the 60s or let's say 70s I am going out of home, no male figure with me, and me being let's say unmarried or married whatever, people have ideas about me. Like that woman, what is she doing there? So this kind of idea may be formulated. So the moment I come back, I help someone else to go. So they are convinced that okay, she is doing what? She is also helping me. So now I will not talk bad about her, or I will not have bad impression about
And
her.
also, I talked about power dynamics in the family. Like if I come back and I help someone, by default I'll get more value than a male member who's living here. So I'm seen with that, seen as something who has a lot of power in terms of family decision making.
The leverage that
The leverage, yeah. So they are these respected. They get more respect from family also if they are migrated abroad and if they're helping someone especially to go abroad. So that's how.
And this is why they also bring lots of gifts, and they also act very subservient to their male family figures, their sas and in-laws, to convince them. It is in Kerala that I am talking about, that no, I am the same woman who left the home and I want to take you, let's be happy together. So that was the idea in Kerala. And you can see similar kind of expression of family network and family loyalties in Punjab, where as I mentioned before, that family members they do sponsor your visas some, and although it is a little bit less, but they do help you to get that finance for it. So for your study visas you need to show GIC amount, I will help you with the money, the remittance money, or I will help someone in the country to help you with the money. But what is more explicit and present, that is that they help you with immense amount of social and cultural capital. So they tell you, this is the agency that I use, this is the coaching center that I use, you please go there. So there are contract marriage cases where someone's father-in-law is getting the bahu, the addresses of coaching centers and other things from the father-in-law ka bhai, like the, that would be like uncle-in-law of the bahu who got into the contract marriage. So this is very significant here because the family strategy that is alive. So last time also I mentioned to you that in Punjab people are less likely to go with big agencies. They are there, but people from Delhi, people from JNK are going there. But when it comes to local Punjabi people, let's say in Ludhiana, I will go to one particular agency that maybe is only available in Ludhiana in a particular neighborhood, but I want to go there because मैं इसको जानता हूँ. My brother has left through them, so I have बहुत भरोसा in them. But there are also frauds. I did meet one nurse who was like 34 or 35 years old. She was unmarried. She had her IELTS score at some point, a 7-band score, but right now she is not willing to go anymore because she was subject to a fraud. And she also can't explain where exactly the fraud started. So basically the idea is her visa got rejected, but they didn't refund her anything, not even the last amount that she was supposed to give them later, but she already gave them. So it was around 7 to 10 lakhs of money, and she can't go back there. So she came back from Chandigarh to Ludhiana to live with her parents. So things have happened there that not
There are many fraud agencies
Yeah.
operating in Punjab. Like I'll share an instance of a professor from a government institute in Haryana. He only shared with me that he and his wife wanted to migrate from India because they think that India will not have very sustainable resources after a few years, so they want to migrate. This happened very recently, a few months ago. So they took their son to there's a very famous agency in Chandigarh. I don't remember the name. So they went there and how they were migrating in Canada, they have this thing that if a child gets admission in a school in Canada, then the parents get visa to go with it. So that way they were exploring. So they went to this very famous agency in Chandigarh they got a letter from that agency of admission. So when they inquired, they found out that there was no such school in Canada, and this letter of admission was issued by that agency itself, and he had already given 20 lakhs to that agency for that. So he had a big fight. He had all the proof, and then what modus operandi they had was that on the front office people who would be dealing with the customs were all women. So he could only, he said, अगर एक आदमी होता उसका मुंह तोड़ देता, ये कर देता, वो करता, just because औरत थी वही छोड़ दिया. So that's like a modus operandi that they have. So, and he said it's very popular. Many people are duped with this thing, and this is happening a lot in Punjab. That they are getting their child admitted in a school in Canada, and then they are migrating through this.
This is also the reason that I mentioned the study visa. It's just a bahana, because like in most of the cases, the empirical cases here, because for example, normally when very academic person wants to go to abroad for advanced degree like masters, because abroad masters is mostly research degree there. So people think of, like, let's say at least Harvard, Stanford, I can think about it, right? Let's dream big. But when you go to study visa agents, they never mention them to you. They will mention smaller public universities. For example, there in US, let's say, the concept of inner city is more remote area, outer city is the like more prosperous. So they want you to move to the inner city, a very less renowned college, because that will be less costly, and maybe they want you to get into private college and get some commission out of it. Not every time they mention scholarship, so things happen like that. Acha, so family migration strategies I mentioned already, like they introduce you to the intellectual capital, how to get into the migration total procedure. They help you with finances. They also help you with contract marriages. And this
So you ask questions. Check it now.
okay.
You ask questions.
Actually, I'm done. This is just you read it.
We want to wind up.
Yeah. You have any questions, comments, feedbacks, ma'am? Please.
You ask questions. You have anything. Yeah. So Kerala, I just want to share one thing. There is a hierarchy of prospective rights.
Yeah.
A nurse who's working abroad, first priority. A nurse who has got the visa and going. A nurse who has cleared NCLEX. Then a nurse who's in the process, who's taking this coaching, and then a nurse who's in India. Right. So it's like caste system.
Same here.
So that's how we saw in Punjab also similarly. And like you have this, the moment CSC result, civil service result comes, the prospective brides and grooms, they get called from ministers, from bureaucrats. We have a wife. We have a daughter and a son to marry to the wife. Sorry.
You have it is like that.
They might have.
It's okay, ma'am. Fine.
So the same way for nurses also in Punjab. They are hunted by the people. But now you wind up for the whole day. We are tired. I'm sure you want one more session. All very tired. Just
different areas of India and then other South Asian countries. So how come European nations have such like persistent amount of jobs still?
Because of this population dynamics, then actually I don't know, their own native
How they
nature.
have this much vacancy? Reason is feeling like so fast because it was a huge migration.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. I mean, because the nursing is not, sorry,
No, you continue.
nursing is not attractive in that part of the world.
Yeah.
And really, they don't. I told you this morning, we have problem with students recruitment, and those who come, they don't finish, and those who finish, they don't join the nursing workforce, and some join the working workforce, they go nursing workforce, they go abroad. So they always have vacancies. I'm talking about the UK. The pattern is similar in many rich nations because it's hard work and it's women's work and kind of low paid and people not happy and risky job. What happened during the COVID? So many nurses have left hospitals jobs. They would look for less stressful job basically, and the vacancies are always there.
Yeah. Even the natives don't want to join nursing because it's not as attractive as other professions.
Yeah,
Because there's a lot of work, burnout, and then of course as population is increased because migrants are also not. But there's always a vacancy there. There's a movement.
The migrants, they're not going to be like
And then
fit
geriatric
and
population, like I was discussing with you, in developed countries, there is a more like geriatric care is needed. Like we are having more older population because of the dynamic changes. So that's why more the need for nursing is also increasing in care homes. Because in care homes there are two types, nurses and carers, both. Isn't it, Radha?
yeah, it is.
Nurses and carers.
And it's becoming like a global phenomenon. They're trying to streamline nursing. What is nurses' role and what is carers' role? For example, what is care and what is nursing care? It's complicated. It's kind of very. Yeah, some people will just need help to kind of wash their face and somebody to give them some food and they can manage, and some people will need a lot more help and care, proper care and hospitalized care as well. So there's shortage of both groups.
So nursing is like what I found was like medical. It's like she is like in UK what I observed, like she's like a focal point. She will be the person who will be talking to the doctor, communicating what is the issue with the patient. She will be the one talking to the physiotherapist, to the pharmacist, to any other person involved. So she's like a focal person. But care work is like assisting physically, like making somebody like that is a difference that is very clearly given.
It's like personal taking care of a person.
And in family unit is not there anymore. The social, like almost like disintegration. Family parents don't live with their children in the UK, and when they're old, they're put in, like they live separately, and when they're very old, and they have to go to care home. And here, like when parents are old, either we go back home to look after. In Nepal, that's what happens, or parents will come and stay with us, or we make some arrangement to look after our parents. That is care, and that doesn't exist in the UK, in Western society, because again, women getting jobs in different sector. This is what
family system we have here. Like very different from what we have there. Children move out early. Here we stay with our parents.
Am I going up or down? I should be going down. This is what this book is about: care, and not just nanny, maid, and sex worker, but care. There's chapters on care. The family unit is disintegrating. The like traditional 2-3 generation family you don't see anymore, and a little helper will come and help a bit, and then there's nobody to really provide full care to a patient. I mean, the second is the same, and the third one we talked about, like children getting kind of left behind and becoming motherless. Yeah, I think we just mentioned about long distance mothering and family care. Are you happy to continue? We don't have that many slides, so it will be quite rapid fire. So you have yeah, you've done very well actually from 10:30 this morning to our 11:15. It's going fast. Long distance mothering and nursing care. You understand the concept of long distance mothering, yeah? My child is left behind, but it starts from the Philippines. Basically, the concept comes from the Philippines, because these Filipino women migration, and they leave their children behind. And there was a really powerful article by I think Mikra or somebody studied in England, said like when Skype, this mobile communication was invented, this Filipino mother will wake up early in the morning and tell her children, the Filipino woman is in Cambridge in England, and the child is in the Philippines. Tell the child what to eat before you go to school, like what breakfast to eat. Have you eaten that? You need to get dressed quickly. You need to help your parents, or father or grandparents. So kind of giving instruction, live instruction, with our mobile technology, and constantly providing care from distance. This is how the term emerged, long distance mothering care. And also we provide long distance nursing care, and with telemedicine and all that, it's becoming possible. This is related to migration. Okay, yeah, that's the concept is clear. You know all that now. I think you will get 100 out of 100 if you have to test with you, because you've been hearing that for so long. Care chain, you understand, yeah? The idea of care chain relates to women or nurse migration. Somebody will come and look after my child when I'm busy at work and working. And this book by Arlie Russell Hochschild, she will talk about care chain. And there are lots of people have written about it. In Irish context, in Italian context, in other contexts as well. I like to use this. I use that quite a few times. Apparently, it's Rima's words. Why nursing is devalued, why all this problem started, is because it has a history, of course. She started talking about nurses being like from low caste. And at the beginning, you saw the history, and also prostitutes, and also widows, and people who didn't get job and respectable job had to go to nursing. It has a history, and that is hierarchy. People coming from decent background will have better position and better respect in nursing. People coming from lower socio-economic status will have lower status, of course, as the hierarchy is putting nursing, like nursing, making or devaluing nursing job. It's quite powerful. I have used it. Yeah, and also we mentioned about in the past. I mean, it's not so obvious now. In the past, definitely 1960s, in the UK, male nurses were getting more money than female nurses. And I was talking to my neighbor. She was a nurse. She said, when I was trained, I was doing a training, and we had few male nurses. They were getting more money than me. And she said, why? Because men have responsibility, extra responsibility to look after their family, but female income was seen as supplementary, like extra a little bit. You don't really need to earn because your husband will earn. So that is the attitude that comes, it still impacts us, for example, in modern day, like old-fashioned idea. What happened? Nursing being a gendered and undervalued profession. This is quite important. We have how many million nurses in the world? We talked about this morning, 28 million nurses and care workers, and they are frontline care workers. And we saw that during the COVID, without nurses, the world, probably so many of would have died now anyway, like half of population would have gone. They risked their life, and they played critical role in COVID response. And if you look at, I mean, that's what they do. If we look at in high level policy making position, for example, World Health Organization, they don't have nurses there, because nurses are to work in the front line, and somebody else makes policy decisions. Somebody from Oxford, Cambridge educated, say somebody male from Western society, and they will be in the decision making position, and they will make decision that impacts nurses across the world. It's not just nurses in the UK or in Western countries, but everywhere in the world. And I thought that was really sad, because this Tedros, the Director General of WHO, have you heard of him? There's an Ethiopian physician, he's not physician, public health doctor, the head of WHO. He realized that during the COVID pandemic, and he put a nurse in position, the first responsible position, and they have a nursing section apparently, but they don't have any budget, and they don't have any authority to make any big decision. So nurses need to go in decision making position, have some power to say or change the world. But nurses think because it's gendered profession, they will not be allowed to get there. It sounds like I'm advocating for nurse, yeah, activist. Does it sound like I'm an activist, nurse activist, or I don't know how you feel. Historical route limited career pathways for nurses to progress. One thing I realized in my research, like you see, say you're a doctor, you go to medical school, I go to nursing school the same time, we're contemporary, and there is a pathways like for you to progress to consultant level. For me, globally, I'm not talking about India or Nepal, but globally, for nurses, there is no clear pathways. They really have to struggle hard when they're going to get consultant. But doctors will have slightly better, clear pathways. They created that because it probably was male-dominated, but we'll see. Now, medicine is going to get female-dominated again. So it may improve a bit, but that is fact, because you can be a nurse in same position for 20 years, but you never see a doctor being in same position for 20 years.
I just want to tell you something about it, like what I read in Sociology of Profession, that like you mentioned that because of the gender association, the low pay is given to nurses and to doctors. Now, when we talk about categories, like the person who's at a higher level, and there is always a wage differential or a salary differential. So even if there is a talk about increasing the salary of the nurses, there has to be a same increase in the salary of the doctor. Otherwise, if that differential is not maintained, that domination will go.
Oh, okay.
So if there's only a difference of 15,000, 20,000 between doctors and nurses, then that domination will go. They will not have the power. So they intentionally, because of the domination, to maintain their power, intentionally it is done that the nurses get lesser salary from the doctor. Even in UK, what I say, the nurses do a much more work than doctors, but still they get lesser salary. So that is intentionally done because of the gendered part.
Yeah, and also nurses are taking doctors' role, increasingly doctors' role, because they have this skill mix role. Like they can't hire expensive doctors, so they can hire nurses to do a little bit of doctor's role kind of thing. Nurse consultant, for example, nurses can do certain assessment and look after people who are diabetic, for example. Supposed to, in the past, they were looked after by doctors. Now nurses taking doctor's role. One thing. Yeah, and also nursing colleges, if you go back to the history, like you have to go quite a bit. In many countries, nursing colleges or nursing program were under medical school, and doctor will decide. The head of the school will be doctor, not nurse, and it's all, they all link up, and just to put nurses in. I'm sure you all agree with that. There is multiple layer of discrimination, race, like exactly like, you know, we could be absolutely equally qualified and competent to do a job, but if I'm not from the right color, for example, or right caste or right nationality, I'll be discriminated. Religious values, and you need network connection, and women also have childcare responsibility. Somebody, a baby's mother will be treated differently to single woman, for example. Like they will probably see single women will perform better or work more, but the discrimination exists in multiple layers. I was this nationality I found fascinating. I interviewed a nurse, Filipino nurse in Dundee, in Scotland. She was educated in the Philippines, and she worked in the Gulf UAE, she said, for several years, and she moved to the UK, and she worked there, and she had pension. She was quite senior, and she was retired, and she said, she gave us her career history, and she's at this stage now. She's retired, she gets pension, but she wants to go back to UAE to work with her British passport this time. She said, when I was there with my Filipino passport 20 years ago, I got so little salary. I go and do exactly the same job in UAE now, I get 3 times more. So that was her retirement project. Same person doing exactly the same job, taking same responsibilities, just because of her passport, she gets paid more. That's just discrimination, isn't it? It's just so sad. We talked about labor law yesterday. All these exist, and they're supposed to look at that, but it doesn't really work when it comes to implementation. It's very challenging. Okay, happy everyone? Good. Gender dimension of migration is key in creating a profoundly different experience for men and women. Like if we look at, we talked about men being a dependent husband. I mean, that is gender dimension of migration, female migration basically, and women migration. We all have different experience, shaped by their gender. So it's not one group is better benefited than others, but there are multiple layers of discrimination. Like all these play critical role in like shaping your experience and in migration. Okay. Yeah, the last point is navigating family and social relationship post-migration, the role of technology and digital media. That's the last bit for today. Okay. Long distance mothering, I've already talked about. Caring for children left behind, family member. Challenges with social integration in the host society. They're not always welcomed. Lots of prejudice there, based on, again, religion is one. If you go to countries like Italy, for example, if you're Muslim, probably the very Christian country, it will be challenging to integrate. And culture, race, food, for example, I interviewed a nurse, and she was she liked eating curry or some spicy food, and she was discriminated because in her workplace they were making comment like, oh, you smell curry. That is insult in a way. In Britain, for example, if somebody says that, like they're putting that person, and she said she was using garlic in her pasta. She made pasta for lunch and she put garlic, and they didn't let her put that heat in microwave in the kitchen because the kitchen will smell garlic. And that kind of, that's really not right, but discrimination exists. And they have problem with integration in West society. I interviewed one nurse. She said, oh, she doesn't socialize with British white because they go out in the evening and drinking, smoking, all that culture. I don't feel comfortable, so I kind of don't go out, and I don't have any friends because all my colleagues go out. They have a really good group of people, but I only socialize with them only at work. But after work, I don't have a society, and people don't welcome you because you need like-minded people and your social support network. And social integration is a real issue. And policy, British policy is like they blame foreigners for not integrating because they live in a little ghetto and they have their one society, but they're not very welcome quite often. If you welcome them, then I guess you have to meet in the middle. Integration means not just me going to fit in your group, but of course you'll have to welcome me as well. But that you don't see that often, not active.
And I want to point out something which I found in my PhD work in UK. That I interviewed Indian nurses. They 5 nurses for that matter, some of them shared this. That in terms of integration, they said they were African nurses also. They were migrant nurses working in London because I already interviewed nurses in London. So Indian nurses felt more comfortable with the British nurses than the other migrant nurses. They were the ones who were not interested in making them a part of them. So they faced discrimination from other migrant nurses, the African nurses, than the British nurses. This is what they come. There was a lot of stances where they said there was verbal assault by these African nurses.
And there's lots of stereotyping. African nurses are bad, and Indian nurses are like this, and Nepali nurses are kind, Filipino nurses are there's lots of stereotyping. I've seen that, heard that as well. And I have a friend, very good friend of mine. She was a nurse. We were trained together, and she moved to London. She lives in London now, near Heathrow Gatwick Airport, near Croydon. And she lived in Southall, place full of South Asian before, and then she had a daughter, and the daughter was going out with an African man. She said, oh, my daughter she started going, I can't stand that. Like discrimination and prejudice against African was so bad, and I moved house. I went to live in Croydon, which is like in modern day. Would that stop with mobile, like instant call and everything? And I thought, can she not think like moving away is not an answer? Yeah, exactly. But you need to talk to your daughter, not just move house. I know the prejudice is just so profound. You can see in both ways. Also, African, I know Filipino have their own kind of culture, and some food is another issue. A Nepali nurse refused to share a flat with other migrant nurses because they were putting beef in the fridge. Because Nepali, being Hindu, not supposed to eat beef, but how can you share the fridge and flat and kitchen with them? There are multiple factors: religion, color, caste, economic background, education, and all effects in their social integration.
And also, how they stay, what I observed was there are 2 rooms, 1 small kitchen, and 3 nurses' families are staying together. One whole family is staying in 1 room, and they have a common kitchen and common bathroom. So they share the resources. That's a very common setup you will see. That they are living together in one crowded house.
Yeah, when they first go there, before they're really fully settled, they'll really have to struggle. Almost all Nepali nurses I met and interviewed have gone through that difficulties, like living in whole family in a small room. You got 2 children and you share a kitchen with other family. Similar, like it's very difficult. And they don't come from poor family in Nepal. They have absolutely fantastic, luxurious home, but they leave all that to go to dreamland, and that's what happens. I wanted to just to give example from Global Cinderella, the new book, No Social Network. What happens in that book is like when you go to different countries and you don't fit because of your differences in color, caste, political belief, ideology, and your habit, and you don't have any shared past. So what happens? You look for people like yourself, and then you end up socializing in park, not in the house. Like, you meet people in the weekend in a park, for example. Apart, that's very common in Hong Kong, in some other Asian countries. Like migrant will have, like, if they're domestic worker, and you can't visit your friends because they are in somebody else's house, and the privacy is a major challenge. You don't have private talk because you don't have your own space, and they end up socializing in park, and it's not easy. It's difficult.
And moreover, they are not always near to us. We can only meet on some days.
Yeah, they don't always have same day like off. They have to work certain days. And childcare issue, I mentioned this morning about flying care. Like when migrant nurses and migrant families have children, I've seen people locking their children, actually, nurses. That's illegal in the UK because there's nobody to look after. And they tell their little babies, if somebody rings doorbell, don't answer it. And I felt really uncomfortable because that's illegal, actually. Leaving the child neglect, that will be, they could be done for child neglect. But they're so absolutely, they have no support network. They have to go to work. They're very, very loyal, and they can't say, I'm not coming to work because of my child. They're vulnerable. They're worried about their visa. If I don't go to work, they will expel me. Like, I'll lose my visa and passport, and I'll have to go back. So I found that, and I just, I found it very, very difficult. That's what happened. Childcare is a big issue for all, for not all, most migrant. And challenges with returning home. And it's a really big challenge because when they come back home, they can't really integrate easily. Because if they stay away for longer, they want to come back and they don't get the same job they left, for example. Getting a government job or permanent position is challenging. And people have resentment. I think I mentioned about these Malawian nurses trying to go back to Malawi, but the government wasn't giving them job, not welcoming, and friends, their colleagues were not very welcoming, and they stayed around for a few months, and they went back to the UK because it's very unsettling experience for them. And it's a challenge even when they return. That's why they feel, many nurses felt, Nepali nurses felt they were in a trap. Should I stay? Should I go? Yeah, the dream I had was not fully realized. Has not been fully realized. Yeah. Have you seen the film called Namesake? Anybody? You have? I would encourage you to watch. Can you tell me who the actor and actress are? Oh, you read the book. It's a really good film. I watched it and I encourage people to watch it. It's fun. Tabu, and this man, Irfan Khan. And it's a little Irfan. It's Irfan. He died. Irfan. Yeah. Irfan Khan. And there is like a family moves to New York or the USA worked as a doctor, and when they have children and they're from Calcutta, they come back to Calcutta, and then children have different expectation and different upbringing in the USA. They don't fit in USA either properly, and they don't fit in Calcutta. And it's quite powerful film, actually. You read the book. Does it? It's a good book. It's a good book. Okay. Irfan Khan. Oh, that's my last slide. Anything you want to ask or discuss? Share your views on any of these controversial points. But what's that?
He's showing them that pic of that bride.
Oh, okay.
That gold laden bride.
Oh, yeah. I think I've seen that, but I thought that was just a fake one.
No.
It's real. But I've seen.
Just here. Just see how much gold.
That is a very, very expensive house.
No, this is generally, you will see at least 3-4 necklaces you will see in most of these weddings in Kerala. Here, South Indian.
That is a house. That you buy a house with that amount of gold.
You can kidnap her and then you are settled for life. Yeah. So, ये केरला नहीं है, मगर similar you will see the kind of gold, the kind of value, yeah, gold card. It's not just, it doesn't just stay at gold. They also give car, they also give other household items.
Can I quickly refresh what we learned today? We talked about global nursing shortage. Just to keep on nursing shortage in global scale and reason for that. And the history of nurse migration from India and Nepal and South Asia and global level as well. Why nurses migrate? And we know about the motivation. We learned so much in the last 3-4 days until today. And the situation in Western countries and rich countries or developed nations, say, for example. And we talked about how migration starts and the advertisement. Like all this appeal is so attractive to go abroad, and jobs are available everywhere. All this in these rich nations, and we learned about nurse migration from Punjab, like how they prepare, and the final consequences, like after migration, what happens, and gender aspect of migration. So tomorrow you have test. If you want to ask anything before test, and if you want me to make a point, and yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Or how many questions?